The biting wind howled through the camp, and the weary adventurers huddled close to the fire, nursing their warm drinks against the chill. But in the suffocating darkness of the forest, something stirred. While the others laughed, one warrior felt the hair on his neck stand up. A predator was watching. Ripples tore across the surface of his cup as the earth began to groan beneath them. Someone whispered in horror. An imugi was approaching. The colossus burst forth, a serpent the size of a mountain. The command roared out, "Extermination squad, prepare for slaughter!" The world held its breath. For the first time in history, a legendary rank calamity had descended upon the realm. Its eyes glowed with malice, unleashing a mental fear skill that threatened to shatter their very souls and freeze them in place. "Hold the line!" the commander bellowed, his voice cutting through the terror. And just like that, a system notification chimed, "Resistance successful." This was the apex of humanity's strength, the elite extermination squad. And standing among these titans was our protagonist. Golden auras of support magic enveloped him as he triggered his own power. But staring back at him was a shocking reality. Level 1. Fear was a luxury he could not afford. With a battle cry that shook the heavens, he launched himself straight into the jaws of death. A cataclysmic explosion of energy tore through the sky, or so he imagined. Meet Cho-yun, 26 years old, and definitely not a hero yet. Just 3 years ago, he was a normal student. That was until the mana reflux syndrome began to rot his father's body from the inside out. It all started when the interdimensional gates cracked open the sky. Since that day, humanity has been fighting a losing war against the unknown. The greatest change was the awakening. To some, it was a divine gift. To others, a curse that would ruin their lives. Nightmarish beasts poured from the rifts, bringing slaughter and strange, incurable plagues in their wake. In this chaos, only the awakened players stood as the shield of mankind. But there was profit in war. The corpses of monsters yielded treasures and artifacts beyond imagination. Overnight, these warriors became the new nobility, swimming in wealth the average man could only dream of. Yet for our hero, the gates brought only ruin. His father's illness came from an ultra-rare beast demanding a treatment cost that was astronomical. His mother worked her fingers to the bone, juggling 2 jobs just to keep the lights on. His sister sacrificed her wedding fund, her future dissolving into medical bills and endless part-time shifts. They were drowning in debt. Cho-yun knew that if he had just been chosen, if he had just awakened, none of this would be happening. He imagined crushing boulders with his bare hands, leaping over skyscrapers in a single bound. Becoming a player was the only way out. Exhausted from another brutal shift, he collapsed onto his bed, his body screaming for rest. Awakening was like striking lightning in a bottle, a lottery ticket he could never afford to buy. He had accepted his fate as a nobody. Yet the hunger remained, not for glory or fame, but for the cold, hard cash needed to save his family. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride, he scoffed, heading for a shower to wash away the grime of failure. Suddenly, the world shifted. A holographic interface blazed into existence before his eyes. The message read, "Congratulations, you have awakened." His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. He remembered hearing stories of people dying from the sheer shock of this moment. With trembling lips, he whispered the magic words, "status window." He prayed to the gods for high stats to start his new life. But as the numbers materialized, his blood ran cold. Base stats should be at least 10. So why was he looking at single digits? The euphoria of awakening shattered instantly, replaced by a pit of despair. Even the weakest trash mob started with 40 total points. Cho-yun did the math, and his total was a pathetic 18. The average rookie started at 50. The only silver lining was the standard 5 points per level up, but starting from the bottom of the barrel, to even reach the starting line of a basic player, he would have to grind until his bones turned to dust. And to make matters worse, his skill slots were completely empty. 0. Null. A low-level player with a rare skill could have top guilds fighting a war to recruit them. 99% of Awakened were gifted a class immediately. Tank, warrior, or healer, the Holy Trinity. Take Kim Han, for example. Born into power, supported by elites, and gifted with unique rank skills from day one. She was the chosen one, a legendary buffer. Meanwhile, most players died in the tutorial dungeons. But in the 19-year history of the Age of Gates, a player with 0 skills, it was unheard of. It was impossible. Curiosity pushed him to check the last tab, expecting nothing. A shop interface scrolled open, and at the top sat a gleaming, rare elven sword. Legendary artifacts and weapons of mass destruction lined the screen. Incredible, he sighed, but I could never afford these in a million years. He wondered if he could convert game points to cash. Then his eyes drifted to his balance and nearly popped out of his skull. 2 billion points. A wicked grin spread across his face. Maybe, just maybe, he could buy the whole damn world. Then he discovered weapons of legendary rank. He didn't even know such power existed. The public believed the heroic tier was the absolute limit of strength. Cho-yun selected one to inspect, but the Demon King staff was shrouded in mystery, displaying no available information. It warned that normal players were forbidden from wielding this weapon. Yet, for some mysterious reason, his points bypassed that restriction entirely. Furthermore, a locked artifact sat there, taunting him an item transcending even the heroic tier. Scrolling to the bottom of the abyssal list, he found it the elixir, a divine medicine rumored to possess the power to cure any malady in existence. It became crystal clear. The system wasn't just offering items, it was demanding that our protagonist become a merchant of the gods. Wealthy hunters were obsessed with tanking skills, so he decided to target that market. He stumbled upon a potion that boosted base attributes. His eyes lit up. Buying these now to flip them later could be a goldmine. With the right strategy, our hero wasn't just looking at profit. He was looking at becoming terrifyingly powerful. The item was a small, unassuming red stone, but the instructions were absurd. He had to eat it. The moment he swallowed, his muscles convulsed in instant agony. Although his strength only increased by 1 point, the sensation was explosive, far more intense than he imagined. Next, he purchased a skill book capable of reducing mana consumption by 10%, a priceless treasure for mages. But now, he faced a dilemma. Where to store it? He attempted to register it on the sales tab, only to discover the system demanded a 20% tax on all transactions. It felt like highway robbery, but he gritted his teeth. There was simply no other way. The plan was set in motion. He would start by hoarding items that increased physical strength. Before long, his desk was overflowing with stat-boosting gems. Later, at the Heroes Association, a receptionist asked how she could assist him. Our hero confidently stated he was there to register his awakening, but the woman looked at him with visible confusion. She hesitated, asking if he was sure he had awakened. To Cho-yun, her skepticism felt incredibly odd. She explained that no one of his advanced age had ever awakened powers so late in life. Our hero blinked, unable to comprehend her words. That was when he caught his reflection in the glass. Staring back at him was not a young man, but a withered, decrepit elder. A security guard rushed over to help the old man collapsing on the floor. In that moment, the cruel truth hit him. Nothing in this world was free. He frantically opened his status window. That's when he saw his points plummeting before his very eyes. They weren't just currency. Those points were his very lifespan. Back home, our hero sat in silence, the gravity of his situation crushing him. After some quick mental math, the horror set in. He had only 1.5 years of life remaining. He had to earn points or he would die. Desperate, he formulated a plan to sell his earthly possessions. His eyes landed on his game console. He tested the device first. The holographic screen commanded him to place the video game into the floating image. The moment the console touched the light, it vanished into thin air. Instantly, the gaming system appeared for sale within the interface. The upload was a success. Based on the specs, he'd usually only get about $60 for it online. But he decided to gamble. He set an exorbitant price, hoping the 40 preloaded games would entice a buyer from another world. The console was successfully listed. Now, Cho-yun Sung wondered if he should offer up even more of his treasures. Meanwhile, in a room overflowing with gold and artifacts, a girl fumed with frustration. Every day, the shop offered the same boring trash. She sighed, wishing for some real competition, something unique to stir her interest. Suddenly, a notification pinged a new item. Without a second thought, she smashed the purchase button. Instantly, Cho-yun Sung's body began to revert to its youthful state. This proved the points were his life force, and he could reclaim his youth through trade. However, a new mystery unfolded elsewhere. The buyer had absolutely no idea what she had just purchased. She stared curiously at a digital clock, mesmerized as the numbers shifted on their own. She didn't understand its function, but she was convinced it was a rare artifact. Next, she examined a screen demanding mobile data. Clearly, she had never encountered a cell phone before. Even after poking around, she couldn't connect to this mysterious internet. The device was an enigma, but after fiddling with it, she discovered something magical, a mirror spell. She opened the video function and pressed the button. What she saw on the screen made her gasp in pure delight. The filter effect instantly placed a cute hat on her digital reflection. She paused, debating the dignity of her actions before giving in completely. She snapped a selfie, and apparently she was hooked, posing for picture after picture. But not everyone was happy. A demon woman raged in the darkness. She wanted to monopolize the market, but someone had snatched the item right from under her nose. Now, her problem was figuring out what these strange artifacts actually did. She used high-tier detection magic to find a clue, but nothing happened. Even after powering up the game console, she couldn't sense a shred of magical energy emitting from it. But lost in the trance of the game, she played for hours until the dreaded game over flashed before her eyes. Far from satisfied, a murderous aura erupted from her as she screamed in pure, unadulterated rage at the loss. Meanwhile, Choi stood before a vehicle in the city, but the system denied him only items he truly owned could be listed on the interdimensional market. A click of the tongue in frustration, and he turned away, defeated for the moment. But fate had other plans. His gaze landed on discarded scraps, and surprisingly, the system allowed him to list a broken electric fan. Perhaps the criteria were specific? He noted the restrictions: only 10 items could populate his shop at any single time. He accessed the sales interface, but his heart sank. His point balance was even lower than when he started. Despair loomed as his inventory remained stagnant, but suddenly, a sharp notification alert cut through the silence. A warning. A formal complaint had been lodged regarding defective goods, accompanied by a grim ultimatum: one more strike, and he would be banned. This was a blindside hit. He had absolutely no idea the system enforced such strict consumer protection laws. In a panic, he scrambled to slash prices, but before he could finish, a miracle occurred. Every single item vanished. Sold out. The crushing weight of failure evaporated in a split second, replaced by the thrill of success. Emboldened, our hero decided to hike up the prices, but karma struck instantly with another ominous notification. Disaster! 70% of his goods were flagged as defective, triggering an immediate temporary suspension until the dispute was settled. It turned out the defects were simply ignorance. The buyer had no concept of electricity or recharging a dead battery. A barrage of angry messages flooded in about cigarettes and beer artifacts the buyer couldn't comprehend, escalating into dangerous threats. He couldn't type fast enough. Before he could explain, the inbox groaned under the weight of fresh hostility. The gavel fell. His trading privileges were revoked for a mandatory 3-day penalty period. But the stakes were higher. Fail to resolve these complaints, and the ban would extend to a devastating 3 months. He needed a strategy. Sending a replacement phone equipped with a charger seemed the only logical countermove. It finally dawned on him his customers weren't Earthlings. Basic common sense here was alien knowledge to them. Interdimensional trade confirmed. If they were truly aliens, then advanced electronics were his golden ticket to riches. He browsed an online marketplace, eyeing cheap goods, but reality hit hard. His bank account was as empty as his stomach. A desperate search of his pockets revealed only a few lonely coins jingling against the lint. Backed into a corner, he considered the unthinkable, pawning off his precious skill book just to survive. Wait. A spark of inspiration struck. He tapped his screen, and the flow of time accelerated. At a construction site, workers watched in awe as he hauled 3 heavy cement bags as if they were feathers, a monster in human skin. "Hey kid," one of the veterans called out, "where on earth did you build muscles like that?" He laughed it off awkwardly, claiming he was just used to the grind, hiding his superhuman reality. 3 days flashed by. 10 seconds. 9. His heart pounded. 0. The system restriction finally dissolved. He rushed to list new inventory, but the system showed no mercy. A new complaint registered instantly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Before he could even process the first error, another notification window popped up. Catastrophe! Every single one of the 20 sold items had been flagged. The system slammed him with another 3-day suspension. It was a total wipeout. Someone had meticulously filed a grievance for every single product he shipped. One message radiated pure malice, a gamer whose console died, swearing to hunt our protagonist down to the ends of the multiverse. Ping, ping, ping. The inbox exploded as the enraged customer spammed him relentlessly. Replace it or list new gear. The demands were impossible, and he had 0 seconds to perform damage control. The 3-day lock was back, and the clock was ticking. Solve this now or face the 3-month oblivion. Gritting his teeth, he swore he wouldn't let his business empire crumble before it even began. Back at the site, the mortals could only stare, unable to comprehend the monstrous power contained in his young frame. 3 days later, flushed with cash and armed with perfectly packed boxes, he realized his enemy was just a shopping addict with 0 self-control. The plan? Batteries. As the countdown hit 0, his account unlocked, and he was ready to strike. He listed the power cells, and boom, instant sale. A system alert chimed 14 complaints instantly resolved. Then 4 more vanished into the ether. His point counter skyrocketed, and he pumped his fist in victory. With the crisis averted, his eyes gleamed with greed. It was time to flood the market with consoles and smartphones. But before destiny could unfold, a crucial step remained. It was time to officially register as a player. To earn the license, one must endure a grueling 3-week boot camp at the training academy. Failure is an option, but only once. Flunk a second time, and your path as a hunter is severed forever, because simply awakening isn't a golden ticket. Possessing power doesn't automatically crown you a conqueror of the dungeons. Choi breezed through the trials, earning applause for his flawless performance. Yet jealousy brewed in the shadows. One student sneered that a skillless nobody had no right to graduate. A girl called out the cruelty, but the bully's arrogance made him deaf to reason. Our protagonist remained unfazed. He had anticipated this venom long ago. 3 weeks later, he walked out the academy gates. A group of classmates tried to drag him into a celebration party. They pushed for drinks, but the protagonist shut them down cold. He had urgent personal matters to attend to. Disappointment washed over them, but Choi didn't look back. In this cutthroat world, their paths would likely never cross again. The receptionist's voice cut through the air. His official hunter card had finally been issued. A smirk played on our hero's lips. The license was finally in his hands. Now, he could liquidate his skill book. With the profits from hunting, the cure for his father was within reach. At the equipment rental shop, Choi made a hefty investment, maxing out his credit card. The clerk warned of steep penalties for late returns, wishing our hero luck with a casual wave. Tragically, this world runs on greed. Even basic gear cost a fortune, yet without it, the guild wouldn't let him within a mile of a dungeon. And let us not forget, every quest demands a steep entry fee. In the bustling plaza, parties shouted over the noise, recruiting members for their raids. One leader promised to cover dungeon fees and guarantee safety, a tempting offer for rookies. Tanks and healers were in high demand, which was only logical. Even in a low-tier dungeon, a monster is still a killing machine. Checking his status window, the numbers didn't lie. His attributes had skyrocketed, boosting his unique skill, buying and selling. With stats like those, he could carry any party. But that wasn't his style. His plan was simple: hunt the horned rabbit solo and pretend he earned a combat skill, masking his true power. Choi approached the portal. The staff looked at him with skepticism, asking if he truly intended to enter the abyss alone. With a confident nod, his passage was approved. The protagonist knew the man judged him. Entering a dungeon without a party was suicide, something not even veterans dared to do. But this wasn't a game. It was a reality where one wrong move meant death. Even the gate guards questioned his sanity. Who possessed the audacity to court death like this? The guards scoffed that arrogant fools learn the hard way. Ignoring them, Choi finally stepped through the ripple of the portal. He was officially inside. The atmosphere was suffocating, a dark cave illuminated only by the flickering light of torches. Immediately, movement caught his eye. A party was already locked in combat with a horned rabbit. The creature was massive, far bigger than expected. Deciding to play it smart, our hero chose to observe from the shadows. The party leader screamed for a taunt. The beast charged the shielder. He held his ground for a second, but his defense shattered, sending him flying. Panic set in as they called for an all-out attack. Despite 3 months of training, they were still civilians at heart. Hunting a monster of this caliber was nearly impossible for amateurs. After a desperate heal, the tank scrambled back up. The rabbit took a heavy blow directly to the face. Seeing the opening, the group swarmed. Choi realized he had underestimated the dungeon. Even low levels were lethal. One warrior swung a desperate strike. The rabbit tried to counter, but its luck had run out. Steel found its mark. Finally, the beast collapsed, defeated. Choi checked the time. That messy skirmish took 8 minutes. A pro team would have cleared it in 3. Meanwhile, the safety officers stood idle. Their badges identified them as security, but they didn't lift a finger. It seemed they only intervened if death was imminent. A realization hit him. He didn't need to worry about prying eyes. His stats were more than enough to dominate this place solo. Choi activated his stealth mode. His body dissolved into the darkness, becoming one with the shadows. Nearby, a group celebrated their survival. It was the assistant and the healer from the #1 guild, Sue. The healer reassured her partner, convinced that destiny would lead them to what they sought. A warm smile graced the assistant's lips, grateful for the backup. Her teammates promised to report any sightings instantly. She thanked them, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. They claimed her skills were more than enough for the hunt. Yet, deep down, she harbored a sliver of doubt. Apologies spilled from their lips in unison. The tension was palpable. They had been on this hunt for 15 long days. Her goal was simple, the 4th class advancement. But to ascend, she needed the head of the elusive horned rabbit boss. It was a low-tier beast, yes, but its ability to conceal its presence was nothing short of masterful. However, the moment it revealed itself, she vowed to end its miserable existence in a single heartbeat. Cloaking themselves in shadows, they ventured deeper into the abyss. Ji-seon broke the silence, asking about the latest rumors. She mentioned the Team 3 leader was at the supply depot, but before the gossip could continue, a shadow caught their eye. A figure moved silently through the gloom. Anya whispered that she almost ignored it. But now, the presence was undeniable. Was he a lone wolf, or a straggler separated from his party? She analyzed the adventurer with a critical eye. He didn't have a single scratch on him. He definitely wasn't lost. The mystery deepened. Why was he alone in this dangerous zone? Then, they noticed something even more shocking. He was clad in cheap rental gear, just a rookie wandering to his death. They both concluded he was an absolute fool. You needed to be at least level 35 to survive here solo. But in an instant, they were forced to eat their words. With a single strike, the boy obliterated the monster. Our hero trembled, but not from fear. He hated the sensation of taking a life, even if it was for his family's survival. He had slaughtered countless beasts, yet not a single item had dropped. The RNG was cruel. He activated stealth and struck another rabbit from the shadows. Again, he recoiled at the sensation. The observers were left completely baffled. Ji-seon noticed the tension in the air. Anya, however, was lost in deep calculation. She recalled the 20-level rule. Hunting monsters near your level yielded normal experience and loot drops. But if the target was 20 levels beneath you, you gained absolutely nothing. That explained the terrible drop rate. Anya concluded this must be the rookie's first time in the dungeon. Ji-sun asked if she recognized him, but the boy was a complete ghost, a total stranger. Still, her curiosity was piqued. She decided to watch him a little longer. It wasn't like they had found their target yet. Cho-yun Song unleashed sudden ambush. Finally, Lady Luck smiled upon him. A gem clattered to the ground. That was only his 5th drop. He never imagined leveling up would be this grueling. After such a massacre, he should have leveled up by now. If only real life had an experience bar like a video game, he wouldn't be so anxious. He told himself just 1 more hour, but 5 hours passed and his level remained stagnant. Something was definitely wrong. Even a slow learner would level up within 2 days. A sinking feeling settled in his gut. Even Ji-sun sensed the heavy atmosphere. Cho-yun Song was crushing under the disappointment. In the last 10 days, he had racked up over 10,000 points. But today, after a full day of slaughter, a measly 100 points. Still, he refused to let his spirit break. A rabbit lunged for his blind spot. He didn't even look as he crushed it with a single blow. Cho-yun Song stood tall once more. He was ready for round 2. A swarm of horned rabbits charged at him. He tightened his grip, bracing for the impact. With one devastating swing, he wiped out the entire mob. But the fatigue was finally starting to show. Another beast leaped at his throat. With a fluid motion, he sliced it in 2. Suddenly, a system window flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, you have obtained the title Rabbit Hunter, a reward for slaughtering 100 of the beasts. Cho-yun Song paused, catching his breath to analyze the notification. The new title glowed in his status window. It granted 2 unique effects, a massive boost to vitality, and the potential to evolve into a rare grade hunter. Theoretically, it was a common title, but most hunters leveled up too fast to grind low-level mobs this long. It was actually an incredibly rare achievement. The path to becoming a rare hunter was finally open. Watching from the shadows, Anya was thoroughly entertained. She had found a diamond in the rough. She saw it clearly the way he pierced the rabbit's throat with surgical precision. Once could be luck, twice coincidence. But he did it repeatedly, even when swarmed by the horde. There was no doubt in her mind. She had to recruit this monster into her guild. Just as Cho-yun Song considered diving deeper into the abyss, a voice called out to him from the darkness. Our hero locks eyes on 2 figures draped in custom combat suits and high-grade armor. Jun insists there is no need for tension. They claim to be security officers, but he isn't buying it. After all, he saw no badges, and worse, he hadn't sensed a shred of their presence. Gi-seon explains their mission is strictly to secure the portal's interior, and that they were just on their way out. And since both were utilizing high-level stealth arts, it makes sense why his senses failed to pick them up. But our hero hadn't heard a single breath, let alone the sound of their footsteps closing in. The girl admits she approached him because wasting her elite skills on weak rabbits seemed beneath her, but since he is still level 1, the protagonist worries his cover is blown. Cho-yun keeps his guard up, asking if he is legally obligated to reveal anything to them. The assistant denies it, claiming pure curiosity since they hail from the Segu Guild. The protagonist freezes. That is one of the titanic groups of Korea. She offers to fast-track his entry into their ranks, provided he simply displays his status window right here and now. This puts our hero in a dangerous bind. A curse penalty is currently locking his potential, making it impossible to level up. Cho-yun knows a player with godlike stats, but a novice level will look incredibly suspicious, no matter how many monsters he hunts. Our hero declares he has zero intention of joining a guild, turning his back on the offer and them. Anne tries to physically stop him from leaving. The protagonist looks back, genuinely shocked by her aggression. The girl demands to know if he understands the weight of the Sigwa Guild's name. He confirms he knows exactly who they are. Now, she demands to understand why anyone would refuse such a golden ticket. The protagonist explains that he refuses to be a dog on a leash and has no need for a guild's protection right now. She pushes further, asking if another team already claimed him, but our hero shuts it down, insisting he walks the path of the solo player. Finally, the two women seem to accept his stubborn answer. Cho-yun bids them a brief farewell. Still, Annie hands over her business card just in case he changes his mind. He takes it to end the conversation, but she asks if they can at least exit the dungeon together. She claims it would make things smoother for everyone, but once again, he coldly rejects any connection with other players. Annie finds his attitude incredibly rude. Her friend notes that while he may act arrogant now, he will definitely regret this decision one day. Before the tension can escalate any further, the girls decide to withdraw. Back on the surface, the protagonist reminds himself to keep his guard up, but suddenly something catches his eye. They haven't cleared the area yet. Cho-yun heads straight for a taxi stand. Inside the vehicle, the driver asks for a destination. Our hero simply commands him to drive. Cho-yun checks the navigation on his phone. He orders the driver to take him straight to the Blood Fox dungeon. The driver compliments our hero, bragging that he transports so many players he knows every route by heart. But our hero tunes out the man's chatter completely. The only thing consuming his mind is the fear that his status will remain stagnant, even in this new hunting ground. In this new area, the scene is all too familiar. Swarms of people desperate to find party members fill the plaza. The atmosphere mirrors the last location perfectly as he heads toward the dungeon gate. When the time comes for clearance, the attendant asks for his party information, and Cho-yun states once more that he is entering solo. And just like that, he steps into the abyss. Inside, a jagged-toothed fox awaits. A party of players is already circling the creature. Cho-yun simply observes from the shadows. He notices a pattern similar to the previous dungeon. The guards couldn't care less about the chaos. Our hero seizes the moment, activates his stealth, and slips down to the lower floor undetected. The protagonist unsheathes his blade, his killing intent sharp. Is he certain this run will go smoothly? Cho-yun charges the beast. Our hero calculates that one kill grants 180 points. He swings his sword, ready to end the battle in a heartbeat. With a single fluid motion, the foxes drop lifeless. But our hero senses a shift in the air. More foxes are closing in. He is slowly being surrounded. Our hero wonders if it is time to stop holding back and fight seriously. 2 hours later, he notes his kill count is at 299. With 13 special foxes defeated, Cho-yun unlocks a new title, just like before. Our hero, however, was expecting this. He immediately commands the system to open his status window. In the end, his level remains frozen, but his strength has increased by +1. Apparently, every title grants a unique stat boost. Our hero is already being encircled by a massive horde of foxes. Cho-yun is ready to initiate phase 2 of his experiment. 7 hours into the slaughter, our hero checks his notifications. He has earned a rare title, the Predator of Blood Foxes. This time, our hero actually smiles, satisfied with raising his rank. Besides gaining another +1 in strength, he discovers that above rare sits the heroic rank. Cho-yun is exhausted, but the urge to return tomorrow burns bright. He stashes the monster cores in his inventory and turns to leave. But fate has one last gift for him, a dropped skill book shimmering on the ground. With the skill book for body hardening within his grasp, the system suddenly intervened. A sharp warning flashed: duplicate proficiency detected. Purchase denied. A wave of disappointment washed over the protagonist. The path to power was never simple. Shifting gears, he threw the tome onto the market at an exorbitant price, classic auction house tycoon tactics, and snagged a different grimoire to fill the void. Our hero finally surfaced from the depths. The dungeon receptionist waited, gesturing for him to empty his loot into the appraisal basket. Our hero casually tossed in the skill book and his heavy satchel, unaware of the shock he was about to cause. The inspector's eyes widened. The sheer volume of magic stones was startling enough, but when his gaze landed on the rare skill book, his jaw practically hit the floor. Is something wrong? Our hero asked innocently, as the scanner whirred to life, tallying up the pile of crystallized mana. The total value came out to a staggering 39,000 reals. As for the books, the guild would reach out personally once those treasures were sold. A satisfied smirk crossed his face as he walked away. At this rate, pulling in at least 100,000 per day wasn't just a dream, it was a guarantee. Truly, the life of an awakened player was in a league of its own. The next day, amidst a quick lunch break, strategy took over. Commuting was a waste. He needed a base of operations closer to the dungeon gate. But logistics could wait. Today, his only focus was evolving his title to the next stage. Back in the gloom of the cave, another fox met its end. Our hero cut through the beast with terrifying ease, barely breaking a sweat. Boom! A golden notification shattered the darkness. Heroic achievement unlocked. Slayer of 5,000 foxes. He was the first player in history to reach this milestone. Even the protagonist was stunned. He never expected to be the pioneer of such a grind. It felt almost like using a cheat code, but power was power. His status window glowed, showing a massive spike, 100 total points, with every attribute jumping by at least 20. But Cho-yun wasn't done yet. A new possibility flickered on the horizon. Could he push a heroic title to legendary? The ambition was tempting, but his body screamed for rest. Not today. He vowed to return. Fast forward 10 days, he had secured a hotel room and was fueling up for the final push. Back in the dungeon, he slaughtered another wave of foxes, and the system finally responded to his relentless slaughter. Legendary rank achieved. Cho-yun collapsed from exhaustion, gasping for air as another massive surge of power flooded his stats. Every single attribute soared by 40 points. Laughter bubbled up from his chest, a manic joy at his own strength. He checked the interface one last time. This was it. The absolute pinnacle. The title could evolve no further. A shame? Really, he still craved more power. But Cho-yun shrugged it off. There were plenty of other hunting grounds waiting to be conquered. He shifted his gaze to the rabbit dungeon, instantly throwing himself into a chaotic melee against a horde of beasts. A monster lunged from his blind spot, but our hero didn't even turn. A casual shove with his sword hilt sent the creature flying like a rag doll into the stone wall. It was terrifyingly clear. The protagonist had ascended to a level where these monsters were nothing but bugs to be crushed by his bare hands. Satisfied, he called it a day. Back at the hotel, a notification pinged. His listed items had sold, but the payout required an in-person visit. Without hesitation, the protagonist headed straight for the auction house. The receptionist presented the settlement papers, asking him to verify the details before signing his name. His eyes scanned the fine print, and then they widened in horror. The house took a 42% commission fee? It was daylight robbery. Seething, he vowed right then and there never again would he let these vultures profit from his hard-earned loot. He needed to be smarter. He had already raked in 10 million just from magic stones. 1 billion was a lofty goal, but with direct online sales, it wasn't impossible. If he kept up this insane momentum, the miraculous elixir would be in his hands far sooner than destiny intended. Walking down the street, Cho-yun caught his reflection. He hadn't bought a single thread of clothing since his father's collapse. Poverty had been a cage for his family, denying them even the basics. But that era of suffering, it ended today. Meanwhile, in a grim factory, the clock struck 7 in the evening, signaling the end of a grueling shift. The foreman dismissed the crew. While others chatted, one weary woman quietly gathered her things to leave alone. "Mom," Cho-yun called out. Her face lit up with pure joy, but as he pulled her into a hug, her frailty under his arms broke his heart. She asked why he had come. "Just to see you," he replied softly. A simple answer that seemed to wash away her fatigue. Like any mother, her first thought was of his hunger. He lied, shaking his head, hoping to treat her to a proper meal. But her face fell. She couldn't join him. Her second shift at the restaurant was about to begin. With trembling hands, she dug out a few crumpled bills, pressing them into his palm. "Please," she insisted, "buy yourself something good." Cho-yun froze. He knew she hadn't eaten all day. He begged her to come with him, but she just smiled painfully, claiming she would eat at her next job. Our hero steps up, offering to shoulder her burden. But as expected, his mother's pride forces her to refuse. It is time to drop the bombshell. He looks her in the eye and confesses the truth he has awakened. His mother freezes, completely blindsided by this revelation. She asks him to repeat himself, unable to process the words. He flashes his hunter license, proving he has stepped into the world of players. The implications are clear. She can finally quit that exhausting restaurant job. But her first instinct is fear. She whispers that the hunter's life is a death sentence. Our protagonist reassures her that he knows the risks, but his resolve is ironclad. The only thing that matters is her retirement. She pushes back, arguing that a player's income is unstable. She has heard the horror stories where gear and potions cost more than the loot is worth. Cho-yun nods, acknowledging the logic, but then he pulls out his phone to silence all doubts. She opens the bank app and gasps her son has raked in 1 billion won. With this astronomical sum, his demands are simple. Quit the job, pay the medical bills. It is time for them to live like human beings for the first time in years. The emotional dam breaks and she bursts into tears. Choi holds her gently, reminding her that she spent her youth caring for him. Now, the roles have reversed. It is her turn to rest. Overwhelmed with gratitude, his mother can only sob out a broken thank you. Later, he introduces himself to the restaurant staff with humble pride. He even rolls up his sleeves to wash dishes, helping the crew clock out early for the night. The shift ends, and they walk home under the moonlight. His sister greets their mother at the door, but her jaw drops when she sees Choi Hyun-sung standing there with a grin. The young girl is confused by his sudden appearance. But the protagonist smiles, promising that their lives are about to change forever. The three of them gather on the living room floor, the air thick with anticipation. Our hero drops the news of his awakening and the fortune that came with it. His sister watches the digital numbers climb, hitting the 1 billion mark. She stares at the screen, thinking it must be a glitch. Choi vows that from this day forward, the days of struggle are over. The reality hits her, and she cannot stop the tears. She finally admits just how suffocating their poverty had become. That night, Choi drifts into a peaceful slumber with a smile. The next morning, as he heads out, his mother asks when he will return. He gives her a firm ultimatum. He will only come back when she has officially resigned. She panics, noticing he is wearing civilian clothes for a raid. But our hero smirks, claiming he will farm his equipment directly from the dungeons. With a confident wave, he heads toward his next mission. His mother tries to call him later, but her calls go straight to voicemail, feeding her anxiety. She prays to the heavens that he is safe. Suddenly, Choi comes sprinting into view, breathless and sweaty. He explains that traffic was a nightmare, so he ran the whole way. His mother bonks him on the head, her anger masking her immense relief. Later, in the sterile silence of the hospital room, his father lies motionless. Seeing him this way, Choi swears a blood oath to find a cure, no matter the cost. 10 days of grinding later, the protagonist unlocks a legendary title after slaughtering 10,000 rabbits. He checks his watch. The night is still young. A taxi drops him at the next dungeon, but an eerie silence hangs in the air. The entrance is deserted. The warning sign identifies this as the Vampire Bat Dungeon, a danger zone recommended for parties between level 10 and 15. Our hero recalls the intel these beasts are small, but they hunt in massive, deadly swarms. A solo raid here is usually suicide. Undeterred, Choi activates his stealth skill and slips through the portal like a ghost. The guards chatting nearby remain completely oblivious to his entry. The dungeon feels strange, but he is here to farm. He casts a mana shield, wrapping himself in protective energy. To trigger the aggro, he pricks his finger. The scent of fresh blood hits the air, and instantly, the dungeon wakes up. It feels like the shadows themselves are attacking. A living tsunami of wings and fangs descends upon our hero, blotting out the light. Safe inside his barrier, he begins chanting a fireball spell. The light of the flame reveals a nightmare, thousands of bats clawing at his shield. But the flickering fire shows he is struggling to maintain 2 high-level skills at once. He grits his teeth, pouring more mana into the flame. These low-level mobs are proving to be more annoying than expected. He pushes his focus to the limit. This is the best fire magic he can muster under such pressure. He releases the spell. The fireball blasts through the barrier, detonating inside the cave. The shock wave is devastating, vaporizing the entire swarm in a split second. The explosion was so powerful it cracked his own shield. Even the caster is shocked by the sheer destructive force. But there is no time to celebrate. A second wave of screeching horrors is already diving toward him. Choi begins charging his next inferno, the bat's dive bomb at max speed. He launches the fireball, ready to turn them to ash. A system notification pings in his mind. New achievement unlocked. If he keeps this pace, a legendary title is within reach tonight. But right now, it is looting time. He scans the floor for magic stones until something strange catches his eye amidst the carnage. Lying in the darkness is a sword shaped like a bat's wing. Even the protagonist is stunned by this drop. It seems the residual mana from thousands of bats coalesced into a single, unique weapon. Cho-yun hoisted the blade from the dust. A system window flashed before his eyes. A passive skill. This weapon didn't just cut, it feasted, draining enemy energy to restore his own health. A wicked grin spread across his face. He could definitely work with this. But amidst the thrill, a greedy thought took root. Was it possible to farm more of these legendary blades? He had cracked the code. Even weak monsters held potential. If slaughtered in mass quantities, their residual mana fused together, birthing rare items from the chaos. So, logic dictated. What if he wiped out an army of rare monsters in a single breath? 1 week later, reality hit him hard. It wasn't that simple. The ground was littered with nothing but the usual trash gems. Since the sword, the mana had only coalesced one other time. It was a black cloak sitting in his inventory. Decent durability, sure, but rare was just a label, not a promise of power. Enough was enough. He decided to end this fruitless grind. It was time to hit a new dungeon and hunt for prestigious titles instead. A few days later, reality called again. His mother worried about the massive fortune they were sinking into a new house, but he assured her he wasn't overreaching. As they stepped into the agency, the staff greeted their VIP client with a bow. Cho-yun confirmed their appointment. The agent's eyes lit up. He was the one looking for the 1,000 square meter apartment. His mother, however, looked ready to faint at the excess. But he stood firm. After years of struggle, he wanted to gift every family member their own personal sanctuary. A week flew by. His sister stepped into the massive apartment, eyes wide with wonder. It was her first look at their new life, and the excitement was practically radiating off her. He promised her this was just the beginning, the next one would be a palace. But to her, this was already paradise. The aroma of their first home-cooked meal filled the air. His sisters suggested delivering traditional rice cakes to the neighbors, and Mom beamed at the idea. Cho-yun watched them with a warm heart. It was perfect, except for one thing. He wished his father could see this. And he swore to the heavens next time he would make sure the whole family was reunited. Cut to the Crimson Rat Dungeon, a hunting ground for levels 6 to 10. The beasts lunged, teeth bared, but he was already airborne, dancing just out of reach. Suspended in midair, he smirked. This was almost child's play. He kicked off the cavern walls, launching himself like a projectile. The vermin were faster than expected, but they were no match for him. With a single fluid motion, two were sliced into oblivion. He was simply on a different dimension of power. Summoning a roaring fireball, he prepared to harvest a few more titles for his collection. Back at the exit, his inventory was bursting with diamonds. The inspection officer's jaw nearly hit the floor, unable to comprehend the wealth before him. Cho-yun gave a casual wave and turned to leave. But before he could vanish, a voice pierced the air, calling his name. It was the woman from the other day. She mentioned their brief encounter, but insisted on a proper introduction this time. Her name was Lee Sujin, assistant for Team 1 of the prestigious Sibong Guild. And she needed a moment of his time. Flashback to 1 week prior. The manager was tearing his hair out, desperate to identify the anomaly causing them so much trouble. Lee admitted she was just as clueless. The guild leader himself was scrutinizing Cho-yun's file with hawk-like intensity. He assumed the kid was raking in cash from magic stone sales, but the girl was skeptical. Money didn't necessarily prove he possessed a unique skill. Still, the guild leader liked those odds. He wanted this rookie in his ranks, and he wanted him now. Naturally, she bowed in agreement. He would deploy a negotiation specialist to seal the deal, but gave her permission to make first contact since she was the one who discovered the diamond in the rough. Before dismissing her, his eyes narrowed. He needed to know, had she leaked this intel to anyone else in the guild? She shook her head firmly. She had silenced her contacts personally. Satisfied, the leader trusted her discretion. Back in the present, the protagonist's mind raced. How did they track him down? Then, the memory clicked, that business card he accepted earlier. A spark of irritation flared in his chest. Of course, his demeanor shifted instantly. He pressed the woman, voice cold, demanding to know how they got his name. He knew a background investigation when he smelled one. Taking that as his cue, the negotiation specialist stepped out of the shadows, attempting to smooth things over and asking if they could discuss this somewhere private. But Cho-yun didn't have time for games. He dismissed him with a wave and walked away. Running out of options, the man played his trump card, "May I visit your home instead?" That stopped our hero dead in his tracks. The man claimed he had waited outside out of respect. He introduced himself as Go-hyun-sung, the recruitment manager for the mighty Sibon Guild. Cho-hyun asked the obvious question, "What do you want? Go." Didn't mince words. They wanted to own him. The answer was a flat refusal. He had zero interest in being a guild dog. The recruiter nodded, admitting he knew that already. He apologized for the intrusion, but offered a grim warning other guilds wouldn't be this polite. They would be relentless vultures. Yet, none of these thinly veiled threats seemed to faze the protagonist. The man was rambling, his sales pitch speeding up. So, Cho-hyun cut him off cold. Our protagonist, Jaro, cuts straight to the chase. He demands to know the exact figures, the signing bonus, and the annual salary. Go tries to play it coy, insisting that the numbers depend entirely on the hunter's level and unique attributes. But our hero sees right through the act. The recruiter is forced to show his hand, promising a guaranteed signing bonus of 100 million won and a staggering annual salary of 10 billion. The protagonist is genuinely floored. Even if they are lowballing him, the offer is astronomical for a rookie. It seems they are desperate to secure him as their guild's ace player. Yet, the math doesn't add up. He has never heard of a guild throwing this kind of cash at a newbie. There is only one exception to that rule. The nation's sole S-class hunter, Kim Han, but Han had already proven his legendary power to the world. Cho-hyun hasn't shown them anything yet. Our hero possesses the unique cheat skill to buy and sell, but there is absolutely no way the guild could know about that secret. When he registered his hunter license, he was meticulous about revealing only his level. That is when the realization hits him like a truck. Cho-hyun asks point blank if this sudden interest is because of the magic stones. The recruiter feigns ignorance, claiming he doesn't know what Choi is talking about. But for a split second, his eyes betrayed him. He is a terrible liar. Now, it all makes sense, though he is doing a poor job of hiding it. But a major guild wouldn't chase a rookie just for a few magic stones. They must suspect something far more valuable. They think the protagonist possesses a unique skill. The recruiter probes, desperate to know what Choi is thinking, realizing he has nothing left to lose. Cho-hyun coldly states that revealing his status window offers him zero tactical advantage. He points out that Go hasn't made a binding promise yet. The recruiter counters, swearing he will sign the contract the moment he sees the hero's stats. Choi calls his bluff. He demands the 100 million won bonus up front. He promises to show his stats and join the guild only after the money hits his account. When the recruiter insists on seeing the window first, our protagonist ruthlessly ends the negotiation. Choi had anticipated this outcome from the start. It is clear he needs to be more discreet with the gems moving forward. He has generated enough heat to trigger a background investigation. Suddenly, his phone rings from an unknown number. It is the persistent recruiter again. Cho-hyun hangs up without a second thought. His patience with these corporate vultures is rapidly hitting zero. Later, back at his sanctuary, another message pings. It is Go again, begging to discuss the guild membership. Fed up, the protagonist blocks the number instantly. Cho-yun has officially become the prey they are hunting. Later, outside the dungeon entrance, the guild lackeys are lying in wait. But our hero walks right past them, treating them like invisible NPCs. Inside a different dungeon, he faces a horde of blue lizards. Against his current power, these monsters are nothing more than easy experience points. The grind is exhausting, but at this pace, the legendary elixir will soon be within his grasp. The next zone is the territory of the red-maned wolves, a hunting ground recommended for levels 15 to 20. Unlike the previous zone, this area has some foot traffic. A pack of giant wolves is currently being engaged by a party of adventurers. A nearby hunter estimates these beasts are tougher than the lizards, but for our hero, they are destined to fall in a single strike. Our hero calculates that with his current stats, he could easily slaughter level 50 monsters. For today, he decides to claim the title of Wolf Hunter. Deeper in the abyss, a warning sign is painted in fresh blood. From the shadows, a gruesome scene unfolds. A man is being devoured alive. His level 71 teammate freezes in horror. The beast before them is a twin-headed hound from hell. The player tries to save his friend, but in a blink, his arm is torn cleanly from his body. The creature moves with godlike speed. In a desperate bid to flee, the player is cut down, his life extinguished in a single breath. Meanwhile, the protagonist doesn't have to wander far to find action. Choi thinks that for a popular dungeon, the spawn rate is aggressive, but what he finds concerning isn't the monsters. These gates opened a decade ago. Even with heroic dungeons being cleared, new portals constantly spawn as fresh players awaken every year. It is an endless cycle. A wolf lunges for the kill, but Cho-yun decapitates it mid-air before gravity can even take hold. Before the carcass hits the ground, the next wave is waiting. He instantly charges a condensed fireball. With effortless grace, he blasts them into oblivion with a single hit, but another pack is already circling. Our hero raises his shield, baiting the hound to strike, then chains a devastating combo with his blade. Without missing a beat, he unleashes a barrage of magic missiles, instantly vaporizing one of the wolves in a shower of light. The alpha pack stares him down, but the protagonist just smirks, taunting the beast to come and meet their death. The wolf pack lunged, but the protagonist was already airborne. Choi ended the slaughter in a heartbeat, his first title flashing before his eyes in a blaze of glory. Our hero grinned. The deadly efficiency of his new sword mastery was proving to be an absolute game changer. With the sector wiped clean of threats, Choi pressed forward into the depths. Nearby, a rookie squad was locked in a desperate struggle against the dungeon's inhabitants. He chose to bypass their chaotic skirmish, only to stumble upon yet another party engaged in combat further down the path. The hunting grounds were too congested for efficient leveling, so our hero turned to leave. But suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Spinning around, the protagonist's eyes widened as two hunters were instantly annihilated right before him. Choi locked eyes with the colossal nightmare. A female hunter scrambled to escape, but the beast crushed her into the earth like an insignificant insect. A grisly remnant of the girl was flung through the air, landing sickeningly at the protagonist's feet. Bile rose in Choi's throat at the gruesome sight. It was a massacre. The three-headed hellhound had slaughtered the entire party, and now it was his turn to face the abyss. Tension coiled in our hero's muscles. The beast brought a massive paw down to flatten him, but the protagonist vanished from the impact zone just in time. For the first time since his awakening, Choi felt the icy grip of true death tightening around his heart. The protagonist dove behind a boulder for cover, but the predator shattered his shelter with terrifying precision. Choi didn't expect his stealth skill to fail so miserably. He leaped away, but even a grazing blow obliterated his defensive gear instantly. Stripped of his armor, the protagonist stood exposed, wearing nothing but his tunic and a tattered cloak. The giant beast lunged again, the hero countered, slamming his shield into its nose to stun it, but the damage was pitifully negligible. Choi dropped his inventory bag and unleashed a volley of 3 fireballs at once. Finally, the monster flinched in pain. Realizing his magic wasn't dealing critical damage, Choi snatched his gear and scrambled to put distance between them. This creature was a tank. This dungeon was designed for a full squad of level 20 hunters, not a solo player. The protagonist hurled 2 more spheres of flame, scorching 2 heads simultaneously, but his mana reserves were draining at a suicidal rate. Even with the distraction, a heavy blow slammed into his back. Miraculously, Choi managed to stay on his feet. His high-grade cloak held strong where rental gear would have failed. The hound snapped at him again, but bit only empty air. Our hero feared he would gas out at this pace. He frantically opened the system store and spotted a rare agility-boosting gem. Dodging death by inches, he forced the gem down his throat. 20 agonizing minutes later, the power finally surged through his veins. His total stats skyrocketed to 849. With newfound power, he hurled a devastating fireball. The explosion incinerated half the beast's face. For the first time, the monster was forced to recoil. It raised a massive paw to block the second strike, but the flames seared through its defenses, leaving the monster howling in agony. Victory seemed within reach, until the giant creature's flesh began to knit itself back together with terrifying speed. It became painfully clear that basic fire magic wouldn't be enough. This raid was far from over. Our hero knew the beast had a weakness to fire, but he needed a nuke, not a spark. The giant hound roared, closing the distance as he formulated a plan. Our hero spotted a high-tier skill in the shop. The price was extortionate and the health cost was risky, but he had no other choice to survive. Choi planted his feet, ready to gamble everything. It was time to unleash his new power. The behemoth charged with apocalyptic fury. Choi summoned the ultimate technique, the flame lance, praying it would strike true. This was the new ability granted by Yama himself. Fortunately, the attack detonated squarely against the monster's skull. Our hero shouted in triumph as one of the heads burst into gore. 2 remained, but his follow-up shot went completely wide. Choi refused to lose focus, staring down the beast in a battle to determine who would walk out of this dungeon alive. The first lance missed, but the second struck home, obliterating another head in a violent explosion. The protagonist celebrated, but the joy was short-lived. He opened his status window. His mana had hit absolute 0. His only goal now was to survive until his energy regenerated. Meanwhile, somewhere in the distance, a girl screamed in panic. A full-scale evacuation was underway. Only the grim-faced guards remained behind to hold the line. They arrived at a scene of pure carnage left by the beast. One guard knelt, trembling as he examined a monstrous footprint. Judging by the sheer size, the guard realized this was no ordinary spawn. The girl hesitated, questioning the sanity of pursuing such a nightmare. One hunter refused to sit idly by, especially noting the ominous radio silence from the guards further inside. The silence could only mean one thing: the advance team had already been wiped out by the creature. Despite the suffocating fear, the raid leader insisted on pressing forward. But one member dug his heels in, refusing to take another step. He wasn't willing to die for a paycheck, but the leader's eyes were hard as steel. He couldn't abandon the innocent souls trapped in danger. However, that player's arrogance knows no bounds, sparking a fierce clash of egos within the team. Tensions boil over until they have to be physically torn apart. A voice of reason cries out, warning them that death is knocking at the door and now is not the time for infighting. On the battlefield, Short and Kunzum are running on fumes, their mana depleted, while the beast rages on with infinite stamina. To make matters worse, the monster's severed heads begin to knit themselves back together in a grotesque display of regeneration. The protagonist knows he is on borrowed time. He readies one final spear. If this strike fails, it is game over. Man and beast lock eyes in a silent duel of wills. Then, Cho-yun makes his move, discarding hesitation along with his weapon. A war of attrition spells certain death. Gripping the blazing fire spear, he prepares to end this nightmare once and for all. He is about to attempt something absolutely suicidal. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he steels his soul for the impact. The hellhound brings its paw down to crush him, but strikes nothing but empty air. In a flash, Cho-yun is airborne, targeting the beast's skull. but the monster's reflexes are terrifying, dodging the fatal blow and frustrating our hero. The beast lunges with savage fury, but the protagonist weaves through the attack with godlike timing. Sensing vulnerability in the air, the creature snaps at him, but he kicks off a boulder, turning his momentum into a deadly projectile. His spear thrusts forward. It looks like a miss, but as he lands, a smirk of victory crosses his face. Even a glancing blow carves a deep scar into the monster's hide. Cho-yun wastes no time charging back in for the kill. The monster's retaliation is clumsy and easily evaded. The hero drives his weapon home, drawing a chaotic shriek of agony from the beast. Blinded by vengeance, the hellhound tries to flatten him into the dirt once more. Cho-yun becomes a blur, running up the beast's spine and driving his spear directly into the nape of its neck. Leaping toward the heavens, he descends like a meteor, impaling the creature with the flame spear and driving it deep into the flesh. With the head obliterated, victory seems assured. Cerberus has fallen, or so he thinks. Suddenly, a massive paw eclipses the sun. He raises his shield, but it shatters like glass under the overwhelming force. The beast's face is already reforming from the gore. Once again, the protagonist is cornered by this immortal nightmare. This beast simply refuses to die. With his mana nearly drained, the protagonist braces himself for the final round. He targets the half-formed skull just as a claw descends toward his throat, launching a desperate counterattack. With a primal roar, he hurls the spear, detonating the remaining neck. Finally, the colossal monster collapses, void of life. Cho-yun, nursing a scorched hand and gasping for air, looks down at his vanquished foe. A system window pops up. He has earned a rare achievement for slaying the named monster, Greatum. He had no idea he was facing a named boss. But the system is not done rewarding him yet. This one leaves him stunned. He is granted the title Level Destroyer for slaying a beast 100 levels above his own. A smile touches his lips. The battle was hell, but the rewards are absolutely magnificent. Suddenly, the monster's corpse dissolves into pure mana, condensing into a single skill book. He retrieves the item. It is a unique rare skill granting conditional immortality. As long as his head remains intact, death cannot touch him. Every other wound on his body will regenerate endlessly. As long as he guards his vitals, he is effectively invincible. Our hero has become a walking fortress. The healing speed is slow now, but the skill can evolve. He has never even heard of a rare skill with growth potential like this on the market. Tankers would sell their souls for this book. Cho-yun stows his loot, ready to depart. He realizes with a thrill that this might be the only skill of its kind in existence. It is truly one of a kind. The system prompts him, "Would you like to absorb the power of immortality?" He accepts, and a brilliant blue light envelops him. The passive activates instantly, knitting his flesh back together, though it seems to drain his vitality as fuel. Luckily, vitality is his specialty. With his wounds healing, he opens his status window to inspect his new titles. The first title grants a flat 5-point boost to all attributes. But what excites him is the common rank. It means he can upgrade it further. The second title stacks another 3 points directly into his vitality stat. Cho-yun chuckles. Greatum was a generous dog after all. With his harvest complete, he turns to leave the dungeon. Suddenly, a squad of players rushes in to hunt the boss. It is the elite extermination squad from the Player Association. A scout shouts that they have found survivors. A female officer steps forward, flashing her association badge. The regular adventurers are baffled. Squad leader Yuna steps up, eyes scanning for the high-level monster rumored to be in this zone. She orders an immediate evacuation. Terror grips the girl, but the leader's steel gaze confirms the nightmare is real. Shin demands a status report on the beast's signature, but the scout shakes his head. He can only sense the lowly wolves. Suddenly, the energy shifts. A lone presence appears on their radar, and she demands coordinates and numbers. Now, it is a solitary survivor. The protagonist strolls back, high on victory, until a wave of formidable pressure washes over him. He freezes in his tracks, his instincts screaming caution as he gauges the identity of these approaching powerhouses. Their aura is suffocating, and their equipment shines with top-tier brilliance. The squad leader steps forward, eyes scanning him for injuries. Suspicion flickers in her gaze. He claims he is fine, but the grime and blood on his gear tell a different story, so she presses him about the monster. Choi plays the fool, feigning total ignorance of any high-level threat. The leader insists she tracked a catastrophic entity here. Our hero realizes the association has already flagged the anomaly. Thinking fast, he decides to pivot. He admits he crossed paths with the beast. In a flash, the girl invades his personal space. Her eyes burn with an intense, overwhelming curiosity. Realizing her breach of etiquette, she recoils and apologizes. To make amends, she offers a healing vial, an item Choi recognizes as a priceless treasure. Its description promises miraculous regeneration. Shin instructs him to simply apply it to his wounds and watch the magic happen. The protagonist hesitates, unsure how to handle such kindness. But to get them off his back, he begins his fabricated report. Choi weaves a tale of a nightmare, a colossal, three-headed jaguar with fur as black as the void. Shin frowns. Such a monstrosity is unrecorded in the database. Even her veteran teammates exchange confused glances. He claims the beast was the size of a villa and fled deeper into the dungeon. With a quick bow of gratitude, he tries to dismiss himself. Without wasting a second, the elite team vanishes, moving with godlike velocity. Even our hero is stunned by their agility. Yet, relief washes over him. If he hadn't slain the beast, these players would have walked into a massacre. The loot was great, but survival? That is the true reward. While the elites hunt a ghost, they reach the dungeon's boundary. One member wonders if the predator escaped through a rift. The leader prays that isn't the case. A monster that has tasted human blood becomes a calamity that will inevitably return for more. Her only option is to file a failure report with the association. Yet, a nagging instinct tugs at her mind. She pauses, analyzing that survivor. For a man who allegedly lost his entire party, his aura was far too calm. Shin makes a decision. She orders her squad to hold their position, while she backtracks to confront him alone. The mage questions her motives. She admits she cannot shake her concern for that lone straggler. The tank argues the guy seemed fine, but Shin insists on absolute certainty. Reluctantly, he nods in agreement. With her team standing by, she melts into the darkness, moving like a phantom. On her return, her sharp eyes catch odd discolorations on the dungeon walls. Battle scars? She notes it, but pushes on to the exit. The boy is gone. She exhales, assuming he made it out safely, unaware of the truth. Back in the safety of his apartment, he tests his new passive skill. The natural regeneration is sluggish, but paired with healing magic, it's a game changer. With his status checked, the adrenaline fades. He collapses onto the sofa, drained to his very core. Suddenly, the door opens. His mother freezes, noticing a subtle change in his visage. Choi knows exactly what she sees. He poured his stat points into the fire spear, altering his appearance. He quickly lies, claiming it is just the result of hard labor. He tries to change the subject to dinner, but she explodes. How dare he skip lunch while working so hard? As she bustles to the kitchen, Choi realizes he has a growing problem on his hands. If these physical transformations keep happening, hiding his power level will become impossible. Just then, the phone rings. It is his sister, frantic, asking about him. The news of the dungeon massacre has already broken. The media is likely cross-referencing the survivor list, realizing who has not emerged from the abyss. His mother ends the call slowly. The warmth leaves her eyes, replaced by a storm of worry. She realizes why he returned early. Choi desperately tries to diffuse the tension, swearing he was nowhere near the beast. Her voice trembles. She always knew the life of a hunter was walking a tightrope over death. But our hero smiles gently. He confesses that despite the danger, the thrill of the hunt brings him true joy. The next morning, the Red Wolf dungeon is on lockdown. The area is swarming with investigators and onlookers. The forensics team reconstructs the nightmare, locating the slaughter site and the undeniable tracks of the three-headed catastrophe. But the trails had gone cold. Expert tracker King Dansu stood baffled, insisting it made zero sense for the monster to still be lurking in these shadows. They had scoured every inch of the dungeon. Ken shook his head, admitting that even his senses were drawing a blank on what transpired here. However, he refused to give up, straining to pick up even the faintest spiritual footprint. Seeing his determination, the squad leader stepped forward to join the hunt. He breathed a sigh of relief, confessing he felt infinitely safer with her watching his back. But she remained cold and professional, merely stating that she was executing her duty with the powers. Suddenly, Sin noticed something. The destruction wasn't random. The monster had attacked here, then abruptly shifted its trajectory. But then, the investigator stumbled upon an anomaly. The shadow jaguar hadn't just been hunting. It had been evaded. Ken rushed forward, his magical sight reconstructing the echo of the scene. A violent clash had occurred right here, and shockingly, the beast had faced only a single opponent. Sniffing the air, Ken's eyes widened. The scorching scent of high-tier fire magic still lingered in the atmosphere. Furthermore, the combatant's endurance was inhuman. Based on the movement patterns, he could only conclude one thing: the mystery fighter was a magic swordsman. Arriving at the epicenter of the carnage, the truth became undeniable. The beast hadn't just been fought, it had been dominated. A single, devastating strike here had opened a fatal wound. Sin couldn't wrap her head around it. This creature had slaughtered entire squads of elite officers, yet someone had crushed it? Ken's theory began to fracture. He had been certain it was a swordsman, but the evidence was shifting. Now, the signs pointed toward a battle mage with impossible dexterity, someone capable of unleashing catastrophic skills while moving at lightning speeds. They moved to the final impact zone, the very spot where the duel ended. The sight left the captain's mind reeling in confusion. Ken was completely stumped. He had just pivoted to the mage theory, yet the ground before him told the story of a brutal, close-quarters fistfight followed by an explosion of mana. This wasn't just a class. This player was a perfect hybrid of blade and sorcery. With no corpse remaining, it was clear the creature had dissolved into loot and mana crystals. Yet, the investigators' confusion only deepened. Magic swordsmen were rare for a reason. They were typically a trash tier class, master of none and weak in all. But this individual? They had solo killed a boss monster far exceeding the dungeon's difficulty limit without breaking a sweat. Sin quickly pulled up the entry logs. The highest ranked player to step foot in this cave was merely level 24. It certainly wasn't one of their own, as the squad had been wiped out, and the civilians outside? They had been paralyzed by the chaos. Impossible, she thought. No ordinary regular could possess such overwhelming might. Her mind raced for an explanation. Perhaps it was a sleeper agent? Someone who hadn't updated their hunter license in the mandatory 2-year window? No, even that didn't add up. A sleeper account like that would be level 50 at best. To make matters worse, no guild-affiliated elites had entered the perimeter. Sin had to admit this was an unprecedented anomaly. Even if a legendary ranker had somehow slipped in, what business would a god-tier awakening have in a beginner's playground? Sin turned to her specialist. Can we hunt them down? But Ken hesitated. His gift was tuned for beasts, not humans. Still, he swore to try. Activating his sensory arts, he scanned the ether. It's no use. He gritted out. The moment the battle ended, their spiritual signature vanished into thin air. In this chaotic mana environment, tracking a ghost like that was next to impossible. Sin narrowed her eyes. You tracked the beast easily enough. Why is the human different? Ken explained that monsters were fountains of chaotic energy, leaving heavy footprints. But a player? Unless they were actively casting spells or fighting, their presence was whisper quiet. Since the mystery hero didn't use a shred of mana after the kill, the trail was dead. If they had cast even one spell, Ken might have had a chance. Realizing she was demanding a miracle, Sin sighed. My apologies. I pushed you too hard. Ken bowed his head in shame. No, Captain. The failure is mine. My skills are simply lacking. With nothing left to find, Sin gave the order to withdraw. The investigation into the dungeon incident was officially closed. However, in her final report, Sin made a bold declaration. Background checks on every entrant are mandatory. She estimated the Slayer's power level to be well over 100. If such a monster existed in the wild, the association had to claim them. They couldn't afford to lose another prodigy to the vulture-like guilds. It was a war for talent. The Player Association was a government body shackled by bureaucracy, unlike the privately owned wealthy guilds. In the Golden Age, the association held absolute authority. They commanded the strongest armies. But as time eroded their influence, the guilds rose from the shadows, consolidating power and stealing the spotlight. The downfall began when the suits took over politicians who knew nothing of the dungeon, placed in command of the warriors. They preached patriotism while lining their pockets, trapping hunters in slave contracts with pathetic wages. Meanwhile, the guilds, backed by massive corporate sponsors and media empires, offered fame, fortune, and fairness. By the time the association purged the corruption and fired the parasites, the damage was done. The balance of power had already shifted irrevocably. The purge was complete. With the corrupt officials removed from the board, high-ranking players began to fill the power vacuum. Under this new regime, they aggressively hiked contract values, declaring open war against the guilds to secure the most promising talent. Thanks to these drastic measures, the Player Association was finally shedding its rot and ushering in a golden age. However, compared to the monolithic power of the guilds, they were still fragile. The manager emphasized one thing clearly. This rookie possessed the latent potential to become a top-tier ranker. They simply could not afford to let a diamond in the rough slip through their fingers. Choi had his sights set on clearing the Red Wolf dungeon, as the others had been swept clean, but gaining entry was never simple. Elsewhere, our protagonist was racking his brain. How exactly was he supposed to level up this mysterious new ability when the internet offered zero guides? Perhaps it came down to mastery. But the catch was cruel. It was a passive skill, yet the very nature of it implied he needed to withstand damage he was supposed to avoid. Back in the safety of his hotel room, Choi strategized. He needed a foolproof way to smuggle the magic stones out. The vultures guarding the dungeon entrance could not be trusted. He had to slip past the association's prying eyes undetected. On the surface, these rigorous inspections were merely safety protocols to prevent players from smuggling out monster eggs or invasive otherworldly flora. But let's be real, everyone knew the ugly truth. It was a greed-fueled checkpoint designed to stop players from evading their heavy taxes. Our hero was certain of it. The association and the guilds were likely in bed together, running a racket to squeeze every penny from the hunters. He needed a loophole. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind, an item he had seen listed in the hunter shop. It was a dimensional skill. It created a subspace inventory that only its master could access and manipulate at will. As expected, the price tag was extortionate, but it was a necessary investment for his future. With a decisive click, the skill book materialized in his hand, and he instantly chose to absorb its knowledge. Choi's wallet was significantly lighter now, but it was time to test his purchase. He channeled his mana to activate the personal space skill. The air shimmered, and a dark void rift tore open before him. Success. Peering inside, he was floored. The dimensional storage was massive, far larger than the cramping studio apartment he had once called home. Satisfied, he dismissed the rift. It was time to hunt. Choi headed toward the dungeon gate, praying that his plan would hold up under scrutiny. He hoped to blend into the crowd like a shadow, but as fate would have it, there is always one sharp-eyed guard who never forgets a face. The staff member swiped his hunter ID, but just as freedom seemed within reach, the man paused. "Wait a moment," he commanded. Tension spiked, but moments later, the official simply confirmed our hero's identity and waved him through. Once inside the cavern, he unleashed his fury. With blinding speed, his blade danced, carving the red wolves into ribbons of flesh and data. A system notification chimed in the chaos. Choi had unlocked a rare title for his relentless slaughter of the Red Wolf Pack. The earlier tension had just been a standard biometric check. He had worried for nothing. Infiltrating the dungeon had been child's play. Choi opened his inventory rift, vacuuming up the mountain of mana stones. He left a single gem in his pocket, a decoy to show the inspectors on his way out. Even with his preparations, a bead of sweat rolled down his neck as the guards rummaged through his bag. Clear. The staff dismissed him. He walked away with the casual air of a daily grinder. He could finally breathe easy. He had successfully flown under the radar. 10 days of relentless grinding later, Choi had achieved the impossible. 10,000 red wolves had fallen by his hand. He decided to call it a day and sort his loot. Among the pile was a skill book, but it was trash, a duplicate of a skill he already possessed. But then, his eyes locked onto the real prize. Regenerative winds. A passive skill designed to skyrocket his recovery rate. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to learn the new power. A holographic window flashed open instantly. Error. For some twisted reason, the system refused to let him learn the skill. Choi stood frozen, his mind racing to understand the glitch. This was unheard of. But then the truth revealed itself. His immortality trait wasn't just blocking the new skill, it was devouring it to evolve itself. Our hero was left dumbfounded. He frantically checked his status window, but on the surface, the text remained tantalizingly static. The regenerative winds had been assimilated into his base code, but the system gave no indication of the efficiency boost. There was only one way to find out: grit, steel, and blood. He drew his dagger and sliced a jagged line across his own arm. The flesh knit itself together, but the speed felt painfully average. The realization hit him to truly evolve this god-tier skill, it needed to consume more books. The problem was the economics. That book alone cost 30 million won, yet the return on investment was abysmal. Defeated for the moment, he exited the dungeon, checking his phone as he walked. Suddenly, the screen lit up an unknown caller. He swiped to answer. Before he could speak, the voice on the other end greeted him by name, as if they had been watching him all along. It was the team leader of the 2nd Support Division. Instantly, Choi's guard went up, his nerves pulled taut. But the news was life-changing. His terms had been accepted. The voice on the line confirmed the deal, a staggering contract worth 100 billion won. That was exactly why they caved, accepting his demands and begging for a meeting to sign the deal. Cho-yun smelled a rat. It felt like a scam, but the caller insisted it was legitimate, claiming the sheer scale of money involved meant they were handling this with deadly seriousness. For a brief, tense moment, the protagonist was left speechless. He played it cool, claiming he was too exhausted for a meeting, but demanded to see the paperwork first. Naturally, the man agreed to send it over. Still skeptical, our hero promised to call back only after he had scrutinized every single word. He hung up, and moments later, the file arrived. For our hero, the waiting game was officially over. Later that day, Cho-yun visited a law firm. The attorney scanned the document, and at a casual glance, everything seemed to be in perfect order. But then, the lawyer's eyes narrowed. He spotted the trap's malicious clauses designed to destroy our protagonist if the guild ever decided to turn on him. Do you want to know exactly how dirty they were playing? First, the image clause. If he did anything to tarnish the guild's reputation, the contract would be voided instantly. And the worst part? The executives were the sole judges of that. It got worse. If they decided he wasn't meeting their arbitrary expectations, they could terminate him immediately. And the penalty for breach of contract? If any of these vague conditions were met, in that case, our hero would be forced to pay back 10 times the signing bonus. Cho-yun felt his patience snapping like a twig. The lawyer advised a counterattack schedule, a meeting to rewrite these toxic clauses, and establish a clear, fixed penalty table instead of that insane 10 times multiplier. Our protagonist picked up the phone to dial the guild representative. He knew he had to keep his cool to win this, but keeping the rage in check was becoming a heroic feat in itself. The protagonist called the first business manager who had tried to recruit him. This time, the man offered a signing bonus of 50,000. 0. Cho-yun reminded him that his price was 100 and the negotiator knew it damn well. But realistically, even for a massive guild, his asking price was astronomical. To be honest, the man had to practically beg on his knees just to get the 50,000 approved. 0. In this deadlock, Cho-yun played a card the man didn't expect. He said he would consider it. Shocked, the recruiter immediately sent over the contract. Cho-yun scanned the document. It looked identical to the previous trap, with only the bonus amount changed. The lawyer asked if the call went well. Our hero simply nodded and handed over the new document for inspection. The attorney dove in with enthusiasm, but moments later his brow furrowed. Something was off. He suspected this contract was not drafted by the same person as the first one. Cho-yun asked how he could possibly tell. The lawyer explained that while the layout was identical, the soul of the document was different. For starters, the toxic clauses were gone, and the penalty for breach was slashed down to just 5 times the bonus amount. Our protagonist narrowed his eyes. Why would the same guild offer 2 drastically different contracts? It reeked of internal conflict, a civil war within the management, and for our hero, that chaos smelled like opportunity. It meant he could squeeze them for a better deal. So the hero ordered the lawyer to draft a clean contract based on the first version, but stripped of all their dirty little tricks. Back at the hotel, Cho-yun scoured the internet. It didn't take long to find the dirt, a vicious power struggle between the guild leader and the vice leader. A wicked grin spread across his face. It was time to play them against each other. He dialed Seo, the second in command of the support team. The man picked up, surprised, hoping his client had finally caved. Instead, Cho-yun dropped a bomb. He wanted a bigger bonus. He demanded 200,000. 0. First came the shock, then the man stuttered, claiming it was impossible. So, our protagonist twisted the knife and raised it to 300,000. Seo dropped the polite act, asking point blank if our hero was messing with him. Cho-yun casually mentioned he had already been contacted by team leader Go-hin-suk. The silence on the other end confirmed the bad blood between them. Seo fell right into the trap. Desperate not to lose to his rival, he vowed to match any offer on the table. Their hatred was his weapon. Next, he called Go. The team leader answered cheerfully, asking if our hero had reviewed the contract. The protagonist replied yes, claiming he had been ready to sign on the dotted line. Naturally, Go suggested a meeting. But Cho-yun coldly stated he had changed his mind, leaving the man utterly confused. Our hero announced he was forwarding a contract he had just received via text. Go asked for a second to review the document. As the file landed, the protagonist delivered his ultimatum: solve your internal mess first, and then maybe we can talk. Until then, the 100,000 bonus? That was chump change now. He was proposing 200. Actually, make that 300,000 if they wanted a prayer of signing him. The man on the other end is completely baffled, but he simply hangs up the phone. Now, the real game begins. Our protagonist edits the call recording into a lethal weapon and sends it to both leaders. Then, he destroys his own phone. As the leaders listen to the manipulated audio, the atmosphere turns ice cold. 1 month passes, and the Vice Guild leader is frantic. Where on earth has Choi vanished to? Seo reports that their target has not set foot in any of the dungeons they control. He sent search parties, but they found nothing. The boss screams in a blind rage. He does not care how. He just wants that boy found immediately. Because of the catastrophe Choi orchestrated, the guild is tearing itself apart. Caught in the crossfire between the leader and the vice leader, Seo took a massive risk. He illegally accessed government records, a move that could end his career. But facing the law is the least of his worries right now. Choi has ghosted them completely. The boss demands to know if the protagonist has defected to a rival guild. Seo doubts it, but his hesitation triggers an explosion of fury. The vice leader roars at him to get out of his sight. Smash! A cup shatters against the closing door. Seo walks down the hallway, keeping his head down and avoiding everyone's gaze. His nerves are completely shot. The leaked audio destroyed the guild's unity, and most of the team has already defected to the other faction. He must find Choi, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, our hero couldn't care less. He is only interested in hunting for system points. He is raking in 600,000 points a day. Slowly but surely, he is building his empire. His sales are booming. If he keeps this pace, he will crush his target in no time. But our hero has one major complaint. The sales interface is pitifully small, and he is forced to register items one by one. It is painfully inefficient. He wishes he could bulk upload his inventory, but he cannot exactly digitize physical electronics instantly. Choi wonders if there is a way to upgrade his rank. He notices a medicine seller who has far more slots than him. Apparently, he needs a staggering 10 billion points to reach the next level. Luckily, our hero is already halfway up that mountain. Mid-conversation, a monster ambushes him from the shadows, thrusting its spear. Wham! A boot to the face sends the creature crashing down. The protagonist instantly fires a magic missile, blowing the beast into red mist. But the situation escalates quickly. A swarm of monsters emerges, their tongues dripping with deadly acid. They pounce in unison. Our hero unleashes a fireball, blasting the entire group into the air, but they are relentless. They charge again without fear. Annoyance flashes in our hero's eyes, and he finally unsheathes his blade. This time, he goes on the offensive. The monsters do not even see the strike coming. Choi is simply too fast. He slices through two at once, his demonic sword greedily drinking the blood it spills. But the protagonist barely notices. The enemies fall with a single blow. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Someone bought his batteries. But a new complaint has arrived. Choi is getting irritated. The user demands the batteries be sold at half price, and every new message screams the same threat. Our hero decides to investigate this troll's profile. The user sells a wide variety of items, yet strangely, the only thing he buys from the protagonist is batteries. It would be one thing if he bought electronics, but this guy buys disposable batteries just to demand a lower price. Our hero scoffs. Why on earth should he bow to such ridiculous demands? He quickly restocks the items. Instantly, the batteries sell out. But Choi knows exactly what is coming. Ding, another complaint. At first, he is confused, but then it clicks. This guy is trying to run him out of business. Challenge accepted. The user, Grow, watches from the shadows, testing the protagonist's limits. He doubts this rookie can survive his tactics. Grow was once a novice trader with the ability to traverse dimensions. That is how he rose to power, eventually becoming the tyrant ruler of his own planet. But the climb was brutal. No matter how much he saved, points were always scarce. The system was simple, but gathering wealth was a nightmare. Grow knows the pattern well, grind points to buy skills and get stronger. But occasionally, a unique seller appears. Someone who offers rare items from their world, holding a monopoly on the market. To a tyrant like Grow, these people are nothing more than prey. His strategy is ruthless. Buy the entire stock, file false complaints, and get the seller suspended for 3 months. Then, he simply repeats the process. It does not matter who they are. The trap always works. The victim is eventually broken, forced to sell their goods at whatever price Grow dictates. Then, he seizes the monopoly for himself. He waits for the suspension notification. But something is wrong. The batteries. They aren't restocking. It appeared that every single item in the protagonist's inventory had been completely wiped clean. Without wasting a second, our hero raided the local mall, emerging with a shopping cart overflowing with supplies. Choi Hyun-sung realized a shadow was moving against him, attempting to forcefully shut down his operation, but the joke was on them. His shelves were already empty. Still, he had no intention of rolling over and playing dead. The bell had rung, and the second round of this economic warfare was about to begin. A chaotic battle of sales and resale exploded instantly, with other players diving into the feeding frenzy. Even after doubling the price, the inventory flew off the shelves. Unfortunately, the rival merchant, Grow, was closing the distance fast. But if a collision was inevitable, our hero decided to go all in. The result was absolute devastation for his opponent's wallet, pushing his total points past the 10 million mark. He had finally ascended to the rare rank. The system window flashed, expanding his sales capacity to a massive 100 slots. At first, the audacity of the attack had offended him, but in the end, Grow's aggressive tactics acted as a massive boost rather than a burden, despite the insane risk involved. However, customer complaints were piling up faster than the products themselves. Realizing the danger, he decided it was time to rotate his stock immediately. Now, it was time to observe his opponent's despair. Grow assumed the boy had finally surrendered, or at least retreated to restock his depleted supplies. The same fate befell the other buyer, who took a critical hit when the battery prices suddenly quadrupled. That financial blow was the absolute worst part of their day. Fury boiled within him, directed straight at our hero. Yet, pride would not allow him to wave the white flag just yet. Grow believed he had pushed the protagonist to his breaking point. But just then, an anomaly occurred on the screen. A massive camping battery suddenly appeared for sale. Terror gripped Grow's heart the moment he saw it. He couldn't fathom that Cho-yun had been hiding such a trump card up his sleeve. To make matters worse, there were over 70 units listed. The cost was staggering, totaling more than 210,000 points. The terrifying variable was the unknown stock. There could be hundreds more waiting in the inventory. To compete, Grow would have to bleed his funds dry. If he knew the limit, he would have bought them without a second thought. But facing a merchant with unknown depth was a gamble he couldn't take. In the end, the rival merchant bowed his head in defeat. The sale concluded with a massive profit, meaning his opponent had folded, leaving the regular customers to scoop up the goods. Immediately after, the broken rival tried to resell the batteries to recoup his losses. Our hero burst into laughter at such a pathetic, desperate struggle. Thanks to that fool, he had cleared far more inventory than he ever anticipated. Back in the safety of his room, something caught his eye that signaled a need for evolution. His shop needed a serious upgrade. Perhaps he had spotted a treasure in the other dimension that piqued his interest. Meanwhile, the demon girl noticed a strange new device, an arcade machine, and a game package had appeared in the store. She already owned a handheld console, so she hesitated on the value of this new item. Cho-yun, however, was swimming in points, now possessing over 14 million. Zeros lined up on his account balance like a beautiful painting. But the path to the heroic rank required a staggering 1 billion points. The difficulty curve had suddenly become a vertical wall. He knew it would be a long, grueling grind to reach that summit. Yet, achieving heroic rank was the key to true power. It would unlock the legendary elixir his father desperately needed to survive, not to mention the expanded benefits and increased sales slots. Snapping back to reality, our hero noticed new notifications flooding his product pages. A user named Barakat left the first review, praising the console as pure entertainment. However, the other denizens of the dimension complained it was utter trash. The same user then trashed the electric shaver, claiming it was only useful for those with facial hair. Surprisingly, other profiles chimed in to agree with the critique. It seemed this Barakat character was lurking everywhere, leaving their mark on every single product listing. On the new battery listing, however, the comments section was ablaze with fury. They were enraged that he released the superior high-capacity version only after they had bought the inferior one. The customers were finally starting to see through his capitalist tactics. In the realm of Quarian, magical stones offered infinite energy, but they cost a king's ransom. Selling them simply wasn't a viable business model. Aside from the complaints, the arcade machine reviews were holding strong. Satisfied, the protagonist switched tabs to check the purchase window. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A dragon egg was listed for sale, but the price tag was enough to make anyone choke. Barakat's review claimed raising a dragon was worth the hassle, despite their ravenous appetites. But at 30 million points, it was an impossible purchase. Cho-yun collapsed onto his bed, his mind drifting to the cost of the legendary elixir instead. Just then, his phone buzzed, shattering the silence. It was his mother calling at this ungodly hour. She asked a strange question. Did he know a man named Cho-yun? The name didn't ring a bell initially. Then, she clarified, he claimed to be from the guild support team. The pieces clicked into place instantly. It was the hunter from the Sego Guild. His blood ran cold when she added that he was standing at their front door. Our hero demanded to know if he had just shown up unannounced. His mother confirmed the threat was right outside the gate. Cho-yun ordered her to keep the door locked tight. He promised to handle the man himself, but under no circumstances was she to let him in. Fear trembled in her voice, but her son swore he would explain everything later. Before the line went dead, she whispered a final plea for him to be careful. The protagonist vowed that peace would be maintained. But the silence was broken by a call from Seo, his voice oozing with feigned delight at finally reaching our hero. Choi didn't waste a breath on pleasantries. His tone turned icy as he demanded to know why So dared to step foot in his mother's home. The recruiter feigned innocence, claiming it was merely a respectful visit, a lie wrapped in a polite smile with no hidden agenda. He insisted that the hero's mother deserved to know the contract terms, invoking his father's legacy as leverage. But our hero cut him off cold. This signature belonged to him alone. Seo preached that such a weighty destiny required a family council. Naturally, the protagonist rejected this manipulation instantly. To the recruiter, Choi was being unreasonably stubborn, especially after the guild had bent over backwards to approve his requested payout. But Choi saw through the golden handcuffs. To him, that contract wasn't an opportunity. It was a leash. Seo played the fool, acting oblivious to the trap, which only fueled Choi's rising fury. But when the specific toxic clauses were mentioned, the recruiter's confidence cracked. He stammered that it was standard protocol, a mere safety net. He claimed if the protagonist was truly legendary, he had nothing to fear. But the core issue remained like a blade at his throat. What happens if he refuses to reveal his status window? The man tried to dismiss it as trivial, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his panic. The prey was smarter than the hunter. Choi knew the prestigious Seigu Guild couldn't comprehend the true might of a level 1 player. With a final scoff, he vowed to sever the line and burn this number for good. If Seo tried to reach out again, he would face only silence, and if he ever dared to approach the protagonist's mother again, it was a final declaration of war. The line went dead, leaving Seo drowning in frustration, his schemes crumbling to dust. Desperate to salvage the situation, he dialed his team leader. Had they managed to pinpoint Choi's location? They had a lock on him, but the news was grim. The protagonist was operating far outside the guild's controlled domain. He barked orders to mobilize the retrieval squad immediately. The sales chief hesitated, fearing they were about to destroy a young prospect's future. But it was a calculated, ruthless move. Fear would drive the hero into their protective arms. Meanwhile, Choi was oblivious, enjoying the fruits of his labor as his auction items sold out instantly. He scrolled through the digital marketplace, his inventory filling up as he prepared for the next stage of his evolution. He paused before a high-end display, sweeping racks of gear into his possession. With his supplies replenished, the shopping spree concluded. Now, it was time for blood. He stepped through the portal, entering the hunting grounds where a horde of beasts instantly marked him as fresh meat. In a blur of motion, he decimated 2 attackers instantly. He shifted his stance, his blade singing as it cleaved a frogman perfectly in 2. He launched himself into the air, raining destruction from above as he unleashed a devastating fireball upon the swarm. 5 hours of relentless slaughter later, the system chimed. He had reached the impossible milestone, hunting 10,000 frogmen. His growth speed was terrifyingly efficient. Another day's grind complete, the protagonist exited the dungeon without a scratch. His bloodthirst wasn't sated. The goblin dungeon was next. But outside, predatory eyes watched from the shadows, confirming their target. A stalker tailed him as he crossed the threshold. Choi emerged into a dense forest, a new battlefield for a new massacre. Unfamiliar terrain lay before him. It was time to adapt. He activated his stealth skill, vanishing into the tree line like a phantom. Ahead, the goblins gathered, unaware that death had just arrived. The culling began now. The wretched creatures didn't stand a chance. His magic missiles tore through their ranks like paper. They tried to swarm him, but a volatile fireball sent their bodies flying. Yet, the horde was endless. Reinforcements poured in. Choi noted their tactical intelligence, but it mattered little when they erupted into gore under his assault. The waves of enemies were relentless. He unleashed arcs of lightning, thinning the herd with every crackling strike. Suddenly, a lethal strike came from the blind spot, but his reflexes were godlike. He deflected the blow with his bare hand. They rained arrows upon him, but his defensive cloak swallowed the attacks whole. The terrified creatures could only crawl away in despair. He ascended to the canopy, surveying the chaos below. Like a predator, he dove, crushing a goblin into paste upon impact. Finally, the monsters learned the true meaning of fear, but mercy was not an option. His blade silenced the last scream. The ground glittered with loot crystals. The grind was over. He opened his inventory, ready to claim his spoils. But his instincts flared. A foreign presence was encroaching on his domain. He expected monsters, but instead, a human voice boomed out, demanding to know who trespassed on their hunting grounds. The enemy was not alone. Another player, here, their murderous intent was locked onto Choi, though our hero played innocent to their aggression. The thug leader stepped forward, declaring with arrogance that this territory belonged to his crew alone. Choi retorted that he paid the entry fee like anyone else. But the leader sneered this was a shakedown. He demanded Choi's magic stones and his gear as compensation. Our hero paused. He hadn't expected to encounter such bottom feeders in real life. He had only heard legends of such foolish bullies on the forums. With a cold glare, Choi warned them they had just made a fatal mistake. The raid leader sneered, laying out the cruel reality of the dungeon. Within these walls, the laws of the outside world held no power. Modern technology and firearms were nothing but useless scrap. That meant every conflict here was resolved by one thing alone: raw, primal strength. It was flesh against flesh in a battle for survival. A fatal accident? Just blame it on the monsters. Their message was crystal clear. They were here to strip players clean, even if they had to carve it out of their corpses. Yet, there was one thing the protagonist couldn't fathom. Did they truly believe they could threaten him, even after witnessing the slaughter of that battlefield? Patience wearing thin, the leader barked the order to kill. But to Choi Hyun-sung, their movements were pitifully sluggish. The first spear whistled through the air, missing its mark completely and embedding itself deep into the stone floor. That strike dripped with malicious intent. As the rest of the pack lunged forward, he moved. With a single, fluid motion, he sliced through the first attacker's blade like it was made of paper. A heavy kick sent the bandit flying across the room. Before the dust could settle, a third enemy raised a massive black greatsword to crush him. One punch! That was all it took to knock his lights out. A stunned silence fell over the dungeon, the thieves paralyzed by shock. Their shock quickly turned to humiliation. Now, the gloves were off. The command was screamed out, "Kill him!" One warrior leaped in without hesitation, only to watch his blade snapped in two. A brutal elbow to the face followed, crushing his nose instantly. That one was finished. Another assailant struck from the blind spot, unaware he was walking into the dragon's maw. At the last microsecond, our hero shifted his grip. The ambush failed spectacularly, leaving the attacker with nothing but a shallow gash on his shoulder. Then, Choi Hyun-sung seized the man's skull and slammed it violently into the earth. But his patience was rapidly evaporating. 3 more rushed him at once. Deciding he'd had enough swordplay, the protagonist sheathed his weapon and tore open a dimensional rift to retrieve a special item. A heavy shield materialized in his grasp. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows of the forest, a hidden figure watched his subordinates being dismantled with terrifying efficiency. For him, the mission would be simpler if he could just execute the target. But perhaps severing a leg would be enough to teach a lesson. The man stepped out from the brush. Choi Hyun-sung noticed the new arrival, momentarily mistaking him for a dungeon safety officer. But the aura radiating from this one was different. He was serious. Even our hero could feel the shift in the air pressure. The thugs bowed, calling him their guild master. Yet some of the lower-level thieves looked bewildered, as if seeing a ghost they had never met before. The master's cold eyes locked onto our hero, demanding to know if he was the architect of this chaos. But before he could even explain it was self-defense, steel flashed. Choi Hyun-sung barely managed to block the lightning-fast strike. This opponent was in a completely different league. The impact was heavy, forcing our hero to skid backward across the dirt. The master's eyes widened. He had not expected a mere rookie to withstand a blow from someone who had already completed their second-class awakening. A ranker like him shouldn't even be bothering with low-level dungeons. His pride wounded, the master spat that he had intended to end this instantly. But now he wouldn't be satisfied until he ripped an arm straight from the boy's socket. He lunged again, putting every ounce of strength into the blow. Yet again, he was denied. Cho-yun deflected the blade with perfect precision. Our hero grit his teeth, admitting the truth. This guy was a monster, worlds apart from the trash he had just cleaned up. His stats, his speed, his power, they eclipsed the protagonists. That blade moved faster than the vampiric sword. If not for the shield, he would have been sliced to ribbons. Only now did the gravity of the situation hit him. He had no idea how he'd stumbled into a deathmatch with a high ranker. Cho-yun decided he needed space. He cast Flame Spear. The guildmaster, blinded by arrogance, didn't see the magic coming. A massive explosion rocked the clearing. Our hero used the chaos to create distance, but as the smoke cleared, the master stood there, annoyed, with only singed hair to show for it. Even Go-Gun-hee had to be impressed. Taking a direct hit like that and remaining standing, that was durability. Patience gone. The swordsman charged. He closed the gap in a heartbeat, his blade descending like a guillotine. The shield barely caught the impact, but the force nearly crushed him. From the ground, he desperately summoned another flame spear, forcing the enemy to leap back. Eyes locked in a deadly stare, our hero formulated a new plan. He slammed the magical spear into the earth, erupting a thick curtain of smoke. For a split second, the master was disoriented. He slashed blindly into the gray haze, his steel ringing loudly against the shield. A grin twisted his face. He thought he had him pinned. He struck again, but the kid was gone, dodging smoothly to the side. Our hero realized the truth. This psychopath wasn't trying to kill him, just cripple him. Slapping the shield onto his back, he detonated another flame spear between them. Once again, the battlefield was choked with debris and smoke, blinding the enemy to his next move. Cho-yun seized the precious seconds to access the System Shop interface. There it was, the skill book he needed. It promised a 50% stat boost for 60 seconds. The price? A steep 20,000 points. He didn't hesitate. As soon as the points vanished, the book materialized. In a flash of light, the skill was absorbed and mastered. Raw energy surged through his veins instantly. The guildmaster stepped through the smoke, sneering, thinking his prey had finally given up. But our hero's eyes burned with new intensity. He had exactly 60 seconds of godlike power, and he wasn't going to waste a single tick. The guildmaster launches a desperate, suicidal charge. Choi prepares to end him with a single strike, but suddenly, Lee Soo-ha flickers between them like a phantom. At first glance, amidst the chaos, our hero doesn't even recognize who just saved him. The enemy master doesn't even realize his steel blade has been sliced in clean half. With one fluid motion, he is rendered defenseless, leaving our protagonist stunned by her terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, his opponent crumbles to the cold dungeon floor, unconscious. Cho-yun is still processing the blur of motion. Lee, however, recognizes our protagonist immediately. She admits she was too harsh during their last encounter. Slowly, the gears turn in our hero's mind as recognition dawns. A memory flashes before his eyes. The mysterious girl who gifted him the rare potion. The image finally clicks into place. He wastes no time expressing his gratitude, but the team leader cuts him off with an apology, revealing she had been watching from the shadows the entire time. The revelation catches him off guard. She admits she witnessed the ambush from the very first moment. With every word, Choi's confusion deepens. A cold smile plays on her lips as she declares these men are nothing but criminal scum. Our hero assumes she was merely a witness, gathering evidence, but the truth is far more complex. She simply wanted to gauge his combat prowess. Seeing his bewildered expression, she decides to properly introduce herself. She is Lee Soo-ha, the chief of security for the Hero Association. And her target wasn't the bandits. She was tracking our protagonist all along. But for now, the interrogation must wait until they leave the dungeon. First, the trash needs to be taken out. Our hero nods in agreement. Choi asks if these thugs have a criminal record on file. Lee admits there is no concrete proof yet. However, they are linked to multiple disappearances. That is the official term, but everyone knows it means murder. However, the protagonist points out a strange detail. They didn't seem to have killing intent toward him specifically. Lee agrees with his assessment. They return to where the conflict began. Our hero demands a motive, and she intends to drag it out of them. With a burst of speed, she vanishes, reappearing instantly beside the guild leader. She whispers that she knows he is faking it. The man plays dead on the ground. Her voice drops an octave, warning him that her patience is wearing thin. She delivers a ruthless kick. Instantly, the man snaps awake, realizing the act is over. It would have been painless if he had just cooperated. Now, Lee demands the truth behind the ambush. The man lies through his teeth, claiming he was only protecting his guild members who were being brutalized. He spins a false narrative, claiming an association member attacked him without cause and assaulted him while he was defenseless. He threatens to involve the police, but Lee catches him in his own web of lies. How did he know she was from the association while he was unconscious? The man freezes, his tongue tied in knots. Lee points her spear directly at his throat, calling out his stupidity. It is time for a lesson in reality. They are standing inside a dungeon. The laws of the outside world do not apply here. There are no cameras, no evidence, and Choi certainly isn't going to back up his pathetic story to the police. Even our hero falls silent at the dark implication. Lee offers a chilling ultimatum: start talking, or this goblin dungeon becomes his permanent grave. It would be convenient to have a living witness, but it is not a requirement. Panic sets in. The man screams that the association cannot threaten civilians like this. Clearly, this fool doesn't understand his position. Lee turns to Choi and politely asks for a moment of privacy. Understanding the subtext, he agrees. She instructs him to tie up the other bandits. They cannot be allowed to escape. Our hero quickly departs, leaving the two of them alone in the shadows. The guildmaster immediately begins to beg for mercy, but his pleas are drowned out by a blood-curdling scream echoing through the cavern. Choi finishes securing the prisoners. His mind races, wondering what the true objective of this attack was. His unique ability was never exposed. Perhaps this is fallout from the three-headed beast incident? Uncertainty gnaws at him. Could the guild be blamed? He still doesn't have a cover story for how he defeated such a monster. He resolves to become stronger and fast. The Sagoon Guild is not the type to give up easily. And judging by today's events, even the Hero Association cannot be fully trusted. He swore life would be easier once he became a player. Lee returns, apologizing for taking so long. She reveals the truth. These thugs were hired by Sogu. Their orders were to cripple the protagonist permanently. The plan was to force him into their guild once he was broken. But even with this confession, the association cannot strike Sogu yet. Choi looks uneasy, realizing the scale of his enemies. But he accepts the reality. Lee signals that it is time to leave this place behind. The association swept in, carting away the defeated prisoners like common trash. Our hero watched in silence until the director returned, requesting a private audience. The scene shifts to the association's headquarters. Hunter Choi didn't waste time with pleasantries. He demanded to know exactly why she had been shadowing him. Her eyes narrowed as she dropped the subject, the incident with the calamitous three-headed beast. "How did you know I was in the goblin dungeon?" he pressed. She claimed she saw the entry logs, but our hero scoffed that sounded like a blatant violation of privacy. She countered immediately, explaining the association's special jurisdiction. For the next 30 minutes, she bored him with the bureaucratic details of the process. Cutting through the red tape, the truth was simple. She was on a covert investigation to analyze his unique abilities. But chaos erupted before she could act. She apologized for the delay, though she admitted she had stayed back to witness the absolute limits of his strength. And she got her answer. Watching him clash with the guild leader confirmed it. Choi was the one who had slaughtered the giant panther. Our hero's expression darkened. He needed to know, would the association punish him for concealing his kill? "No," she replied smoothly. The association wasn't looking to punish a rising star. They wanted to reward him. That caught him off guard. She placed an offer on the table, but the protagonist saw right through it. This was a recruitment pitch. His stance remained firm as a mountain. He had absolutely no interest in shackling himself to any guild or group. She anticipated his refusal, but insisted on laying out the terms before he walked away. First came the numbers, a signing bonus of 100 billion won. Add to that full tax exemptions and top-tier equipment supply. The protagonist assumed this meant revealing his status window, but she shook her head. All he needed to do was pass a simple test. Hunter Choi narrowed his eyes. What kind of test? He simply had to sit and answer questions truthfully. To our hero, this sounded less like a test and more like a formal interrogation. She explained the mechanism, a skill known as the contract of truth. As long as he spoke honestly, he would remain unharmed. But if he lied, red warning lights would flare across his body. Choi had to ask why go to such extreme lengths. Wouldn't it be easier to just hire an existing high ranker? She smirked. Power wasn't the only metric that mattered. True monsters were impossible to tame, and those with merely high stats were often worthless in a real crisis. The protagonist cut to the chase. Is this about the level 20 restriction law? She didn't deny it. Choi feigned ignorance, claiming he didn't know how to break the rule. But he challenged her. If I pass this test, do you still want to recruit me? Absolutely, she replied. The fact that he became this powerful in just 3 months was reason enough to invest everything in him. Our hero calculated his options. If the association knew, other major guilds would soon catch his scent. But right now, he was still too weak to face his true enemies alone. He made his choice. He would take the test. A pleased smile touched her lips. Immediately, a female agent was ushered into the room. Just as predicted, this agent possessed the truth contract skill. She asked for consent, and Choi nodded. The agent explained that once the skill activated, a system window would appear requesting his agreement. All he had to do was press yes. The contract of truth began. The holographic prompt materialized. He accepted. For a split second, a strange energy coiled around our hero before vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, he noticed the other agents filing out of the room. Now, it was just Choi and the director. Relax, she soothed. There are only a few questions you need to answer. Our hero took a steadying breath, steeling his mind. The interrogation began. Did you truly awaken only 3 months ago? Do you know how to bypass the level 20 law? He answered firmly, no. She leaned in. I estimate your level to be around 140. So why are you hunting in such low-level dungeons? That one gave him pause. The previous questions were child's play, but she was getting sharper. Do you possess a unique skill? Our hero remained silent. She reminded him coldly that silence was not an option. She struck the core of the matter. Is all of this possible because of your ability? Choi answered, yes. Can you use that power on another player? He calculated the risk for a heartbeat, then lied with the truth. No, I cannot. The final strike. Did you use your unique skill to bypass the level 20 law? Choi weighed his soul against the contract. Finally, he admitted, yes, I did. The skill effect has ended, she announced. Our hero asked if he needed to repeat himself, but she shook her head. There was no need. He had answered everything she needed to know. Her suspicions were confirmed. The protagonist definitely possessed a unique skill, and judging by her reaction, Choi guessed she was hiding one of her own. The guildmaster acknowledged the truth, though her secrets remained sealed. Indeed, she possessed a unique skill. Disappointment flickered in our hero's eyes. He wasn't the sole anomaly in this world. As the title suggested, such power was exclusive to a single existence. No one else could wield it. And historically, every wielder of such power had ascended to the throne of absolute authority. The weight of the situation crushed down on him. The woman sitting right there, she was one of those living legends. She explained that information control was strict. There was a hard limit on what could be shared with the common masses. High rank did not equate to omniscience. Just because one stood at the top didn't mean they were entitled to every secret. Ironclad laws existed to protect players, ensuring their trump cards remained hidden. Our hero asked if he was cleared to hear this, and the answer was a resounding yes. Technically, revealing her own status was a breach of protocol, but since they were destined to be allies, she allowed the rules to bend. However, our protagonist cut in sharply. He had never agreed to join her association, but the trap had already snapped shut. The moment he revealed his unique skill, his path of neutrality had vanished. He was struck silent. She clarified the situation. It wasn't the association recruiting him, it was the founders themselves. With a sharp motion, she slid a document across the mahogany desk. The player contract. This was a deal only possible at the national level. 0 restrictions, and if he bled for the cause, the compensation would be astronomical. He would retain full rights to his loot and magic stones. Seizing the momentum, she offered him the pen. Her finger tapped the signature line, a silent command to seal his fate. To be fair, they were handing him the world on a silver platter, but one clause stuck in his throat like a fishbone. The term was for life. This wasn't a job offer. To our hero's eyes, it looked suspiciously like slavery. He asked if this was standard practice. She scoffed. Of course not. If they did this for everyone, the organization would be bankrupt by dawn. This unprecedented contract existed for one reason only, his unique skill. Our hero feigned shock, but inwardly, he knew. He could bypass the level 20 restriction. He could grind, farm, and grow stronger even in low-tier dungeons. His potential for growth was literally infinite. To her, this wasn't just hiring a mercenary. It was securing a future god of war. He had the potential to become the strongest entity on Earth. For that, any price was cheap. Our hero thought she was delusional, but her misunderstanding was his greatest weapon. He leaned in, asking to alter the duration. The leader blinked, her composure cracking slightly. She hadn't anticipated resistance on the timeline. She asked if he knew the statistics. There were only about 80 unique skill users across the entire globe. Before he awakened, she was the sole possessor in Korea. A unique skill wasn't just rare, it was a national treasure. She admitted the lifetime term was aggressive, but they couldn't risk a foreign nation or a rival guild poaching a tactical nuke like him. That was the logic behind locking him down forever. But our protagonist was a master negotiator. He countered with a hard limit one year. She rejected it instantly. Impossible. Even when he offered to slash his signing bonus from 100 billion to 10,000 won, she held the line. He pushed for 2 years. She countered, trying to keep the massive bonus to force a longer commitment. A heavy silence descended upon the room, the air thick with tension. He laid his cards on the table. 2 years, 20 billion won. If the relationship worked, they could talk renewal later. But if she refused this compromise, he would walk away without signing a thing. Her eyes narrowed. Was he planning to defect to another country? No. He simply wanted to test the waters before diving in. She argued the benefits outweighed the risks. But our hero refused to let anyone else dictate his destiny. The money was a mountain of gold, but he would not sell his freedom to become a corporate slave. He needed a shield, yes. If the association proved to be a sanctuary, he would stay. But he needed to see the house before buying it. He promised that if the next 2 years were fruitful, he would sign his life away then. He framed it as an internship, a trial run. The leader realized she was outmatched. This decision was above her pay grade. She needed to consult the higher-ups. Asking for a recess, she stepped out. Satisfied, he leaned back. Time ticked by. Our hero casually played on his phone until she returned. The verdict? Accepted, but with strings attached. Curiously, he asked what the catch was. The condition was simple, but absolute. If any other guild approached him, he had to report it immediately. Furthermore, the deal comes with a shackle. If a rival offer matches theirs, Choi is bound by honor to renew with them first. Without a hint of hesitation, our protagonist accepts the terms. She slides the fresh contract across the table. A silent prayer hangs in the air that this alliance brings glory to them both. Their hands meet in a firm shake. A pact is sealed, wishing each other fortune, even if destiny only binds them for a fleeting moment. With the ink dry, she suggests an upgrade. His current loadout is rented garbage. Choi reveals his sword and cloak are actually rare-grade artifacts, so Lee decides a partial overhaul will suffice. The next dawn brings them to the holy grail of hunters, the equipment warehouse. Rows of lethal steel line the walls. It is a veritable paradise of destruction that catches every eye. Choi wonders if any grunt can walk in here, but Lee smirks. This is not for the masses. It is a privilege dictated by rank. Access to high-tier gear is strictly gated. But for our rising star, the velvet rope is lifted, and a wave of satisfaction washes over him. His eyes lock onto a piece of armor immediately. Lightweight, durable, and a juicy +5 to dexterity. But Choi frowns. It falls short of his expectations. He needs to choose with the precision of a surgeon. While the auto-fitting system tailors the gear to his frame, Lee begins the real orientation. Now, the game truly begins. She reveals exactly which department will claim his soul. A spark of curiosity ignites in our hero's eyes. Welcome to the Vigilance Team. Their mandate? Dive into the chaos when dungeons go wrong or hunters turn rogue. They are the fixers. However, the support teams are bleeding manpower. So, expect to pull double duty on the front lines. A shadow crosses his face. Soloing missions is one thing, but carrying an entire department's workload? That sounds like burnout waiting to happen. She senses his hesitation. Don't worry, the dungeons will be calibrated perfectly to match his current level. And never forget the chain of command. She is his superior. If the fire gets too hot, all he has to do is call her name. Speaking of fires, she asks about the skeletons in his closet before he joined. She is ready to listen to the grievances of the past. Choi does not hold back. The data on the magic stones he harvested was leaked, straight to the vultures at the Seigu Guild. Those scum even tracked his real-time coordinates while he was hunting. A death sentence for a solo player. Lee promises to handle the incident and crush that guild with a proper punishment. Yet, Choi notices something chilling. She is not surprised. She sighs, a sound heavy with exhaustion. The rot runs deep. If she had the power, the Seigu Guild would have been erased from history long ago. She shifts gears abruptly. The association will also provide safe housing. Choi waves it off. He is a nomad, never hunting in the same spot twice, but his team leader cuts him off. That nomadic lifestyle is actually a liability, especially when it comes to emergency support protocols. Logistics are key. Lee demands that Choi notify her before every single dungeon dive. That way, she can manipulate the assignments to keep him close. She hands him a corporate card. Unlimited expenses. Choi raises an eyebrow. This reeks of favoritism. If the other hunters catch wind of this, there will be a riot over his special treatment. But on paper, he is officially just an unlucky employee constantly being transferred. The perfect cover. Our hero thanks her, genuine gratitude in his voice. But the team leader has an ulterior motive. She needs to charm him enough to renew that contract in 2 years. Her sweet tone strikes him with the force of a critical hit right to the heart. Cut to later, back at headquarters. The new jacket hugs his frame like a second skin. Lee hands him a card. It is official. He is a sworn member of the organization now. He now holds the authority to surveil and the power to enforce it. Petty annoyances will no longer stand in his way. Our hero asks if he is dismissed. Lee nods. The briefing is over. Just one warning. His free time is now on standby for emergencies. Though, mercy be praised, it is rare. One final detail. The signing bonus? It is already in his bank. She figured he was desperate for liquid cash. The protagonist grins. He has a date with some skill books. His leader's eyes light up. The association has a private stock and she is willing to escort him there personally. Now, our hero's mind is racing. Strength is the only currency that matters. He plans to dump his entire bonus into new abilities. But reality hits. The selection is meager. Lee explains that skill books are rarer than diamonds. Supply is non-existent. Demand is sky high. Everything vanishes instantly. The black market auctions are the only real game in town. Choi observes the fiscal ecosystem with fascination. Lee questions his sanity as he sweeps the shelves. Are those low-tier books even effective? But the protagonist smiles. For him, there is no such thing as trash. Because inside his system window, a notification flashes. His passive immortality skill has just evolved to unique rare rank. She announced that his duties were officially concluded for the moment. The vehicle was fully insured, and she insisted that our protagonist treat it as his very own chariot. Cho-yun Sung bid farewell to his superiors. Left alone in his executive office, the association president could only grit his teeth, thinking that 2 years was far too fleeting. The team leader pierced him with a sharp look, asking if he deeply regretted failing to secure that coveted lifetime contract. The president sighed, admitting the bitter truth. He had wanted the protagonist under his thumb indefinitely, but she reminded him that his penny pinching had cost him that chance. Feigning offense, the president insisted he would never exploit a hunter just because of a lifetime clause. He claimed he had even enhanced the contract terms. But the team leader cut through his excuses. She pointed out that he had tried to exploit the boy initially, and those terms never would have improved had she not intervened. In her eyes, Cho-yun Sung had made the perfect strategic move by setting a strict time limit on his service. The president waved his hand dismissively, arguing that the circumstances back then were entirely different. They had discovered his unique S-rank potential, which was exactly why she demanded he be treated with respect. Yet, the president stubbornly countered that the boy was already living like a king. They had only bowed to those demands because of her. If it were up to him, he would have slapped 100 billion won on the table and forced the boy to sign his life away. Miss Lee retorted coolly. If he had pulled a stunt like that, news of the protagonist's power would have leaked beyond the country's borders in an instant. The president narrowed his eyes, accusing her of being the very one who threatened to leak those details to foreign hunter associations. But the team leader maintained her poker face. She claimed she had merely stated that the statistical probability of a leak would increase, nothing more. Though it was obvious from the scowl on his face that the old man didn't buy her innocent act for a second. She smirked, knowing him so well she could practically hear his thoughts. When he denied it, she jokingly demanded that her contract be reduced to 2 years as well. Of course, that request was met with absolute silence. It was impossible. Frankly, the president would have used any dirty trick to shackle Cho-yun Sung to a lifetime deal if she hadn't stepped in. She fearlessly called him a villain to his face. The president defended his honor, claiming he was solely protecting the nation. He argued there was no sin in wanting a powerful asset within the association forever. But the team leader shook her head. From the perspective of a free individual, nobody would ever agree to such slavery. She even wondered aloud what terrible crime she had committed in a past life to end up stuck working with him. She casually asked to terminate her own contract again. The answer was a flat no. She walked out of the room, leaving the old man utterly confused. The president shouted, asking where she was going, and she simply replied, "To work." Meanwhile, Cho-yun Sung was busy transferring 1 million won to his mother's account. With that massive sum, he hoped to cover his father's medical bills and household expenses for at least 10 years. Our protagonist didn't want to look foolish, so he discreetly purchased a skill book for every type of regeneration available. His ultimate goal? To force his immortality trait to evolve. Our hero headed to a secluded spot to browse the Hunter online shop. His eyes lit up when he spotted a skill book that boosted passive recovery rates. It was a rare rank item, just like his immortality skill. Even if he couldn't absorb it immediately, securing it now was the smart play. The system explained that passive skills were intrinsically linked to active abilities. And while active skills could be trash and left gathering dust, our hero resolved to only purchase items that were rare rank or superior. Cho-yun Sung calculated that he had used nearly the ideal amount of cash. Now, it was time to unleash his accumulated points. The protagonist had managed a massive haul of sales today. His stock of gaming consoles and laptops proved to be incredibly popular in this world. He had moved some perfumes, luxury makeup, and watches, but he already suspected the truth. The absolute best-selling item was the humble battery. Our hero strode into the second-hand electronics store he frequented. The moment he entered, the entire staff bowed in deep respect. Choi immediately asked about the stock of camping batteries. The employees beamed, confirming they had charged every single unit to full capacity. Our hero was grateful for their diligence, but a single question lingered in his mind. He needed to know if they could provide the same massive quantity of fully charged batteries next time. The merchant assured him that they could deliver without fail. On top of that, he secured a hefty discount thanks to his accumulated membership points. Choi thanked them with a satisfied nod before departing. Night had fallen. The protagonist opened the system interface to take one last look at the shop. Memories of his last death-defying battle flashed through his mind, and he decided to go all in. He planned to drop around 300 points right now. Standard medicines cost around 500 points, while the rare rank items were priced at a staggering 10,000 points each. To boost his core attributes to the 200 mark, he would need to spend 1,500 points. Choi began his spending spree. Since attribute upgrades amplified every single skill, the difference in power would be instantly noticeable. With the remaining 500 points, he prepared for the final evolution. He pushed his immortality passive to rare rank. Upon leveling up, the skill finally shed its debuff of slow regeneration. Theoretically, his healing speed should now be normal. To test his new limits, he drew his blade and sliced his own finger without hesitation. The gash vanished instantly, leaving not even a scar behind. But there was no time to rest, as Lile called right on cue. She delivered the good news the police report against the Souk's executives had gone through, and the iron bars of justice were finally closing in on them. A heavy burden melted off our protagonist's shoulders the moment he heard those words. He had dreaded another messy confrontation, but it turned out the guild's deep connections with the authorities were actually working in their favor this time. It was all thanks to a brutal internal power struggle tearing the guild apart from the inside. The guildmaster himself was orchestrating the purge, working hand in hand with the law to take down the corrupt vice leader, Nuestro Jaro. The authorities confirmed that an arrest warrant had been issued, marking the end of his reign of terror. Even his lackeys were singing like canaries, exposing every dirty deal and every traitor within the guild who had aided his schemes. The vice president was caught in the crossfire too. Leal urged him to turn on the TV immediately to witness the fallout. Choi Hyun-sung asked for a second and flipped the screen on. The guild's downfall was plastered across every news channel as a massive scandal. The world now knew about the contract killers and the corruption. The vice leader had been stripped of his title and thrown to the wolves. To make matters worse, they were exposed for harboring fugitives. Choi Hyun-sung watched in satisfaction as the empire crumbled. There was no escaping this judgment day. His former allies were scattering like cockroaches, leaving the vice leader to face his doom alone. Our protagonist thanked Leal for her support, though he admitted he wished they had played this card a little sooner. She promised to treat him to dinner as an apology. When he teased that talk is cheap, she laughed and told him to pick a time, proving she was serious. With the air cleared between them, they said their goodbyes, and the call ended on a high note. He zoned out for a moment, letting the silence settle before remembering his true priority. It was time to hunt for skill books. Our hero wondered when his luck would finally turn. This was the last book, the final piece of the puzzle. He had sacrificed nearly every recovery skill he owned to feed this evolution, praying for a miracle. And suddenly, the system responded. Choi Hyun-sung let out a roar of triumph. At long last, his ability had transcended its limits and ranked up. He had achieved the unique heroic tier. Now, death could only claim him if his head and heart were obliterated simultaneously. His fatal weakness had shrunk, but the path to the legendary rank loomed ahead, a terrifying mountain of time and resources yet to be climbed. But that was a worry for another day. Exhaustion finally claimed him, and it was time to sleep. The next morning marked the start of his new life in emergency support. Arriving at the site, even a veteran like him felt a spark of nerves. The room was packed with high-level players. When the team asked if he was the new guard on duty, our protagonist stepped forward to confirm. Skepticism filled the air. Eyes narrowed, judging him, asking again if times was really the reinforcement. Choi Hyun-sung didn't flinch. He introduced himself as the rookie, and instantly the tension broke into relief. They had been begging for fresh blood for ages. A man named So Tae-gil walked up with a wide grin, gripping his hand in a warm welcome. Seo eagerly began the tour, practically bouncing with energy, but the woman beside him radiated an icy aura of indifference. They headed toward the 7th outpost. Seo explained that this would be his new domain. Since Cho-yun was assigned to cover dungeons below level 100, he would be partnered with Soo-yun. She was 25 years old and roughly matched our hero's official stats, hovering just near the level 100 mark. Our hero hoped for teamwork, but she barely nodded, her attitude dripping with reluctance until Seo scolded her for the disrespect. She scoffed, claiming she was just speaking casually to a kid younger than her. Seo turned to the main character, worried he might have taken offense. Cho-yun immediately clocked the vibe. This girl clearly had a massive crush on Sotae-gil. While Seo apologized profusely, Soo-yun remained oblivious. Keeping his cool like a true gentleman, our protagonist brushed it off. However, he calmly corrected the record. He wasn't a kid. He was 27. The revelation hit Seo like a truck. Soo-yun froze, the awkwardness suffocating her. She mumbled a hasty apology and fled the scene before she could die of shame. Seo wrapped up the briefing, explaining that when a support call comes in, the main character would need to deploy alongside her. He admitted he wanted to give Cho-yun a different partner, but she was the only one handling the lower level gates. Our protagonist waved off the concern. It wasn't an issue for him. In truth, his hidden stats rivaled a level 200 hunter. He could clear these dungeons solo with his eyes closed. He settled into his designated corner, realizing he had total freedom here as long as he was ready to deploy at a moment's notice. The next morning arrived in a blink. The poor guy had actually managed to snag 4 solid hours of sleep on the job. Earning a salary had never felt this good. For our protagonist, getting paid to do absolutely nothing was the ultimate victory. He even considers pulling all-nighters and sleeping right there. Suddenly, Choi senses a shift in the atmosphere. Soo-ryun appears, declaring that duty calls. Luckily, our main character was already geared up for battle. She explains the situation. A report came in about a monster exceeding the dungeon's regulated limit. Choi asks if a 2-person team is really enough for an anomaly like this, but with a confident smirk, she assures him they can handle the heat. It is merely a level 70 werewolf spawning in a level 60 dungeon. A glitch in the system, perhaps, but thankfully, no casualties have been reported yet. The level gap is only 10, so it shouldn't be a catastrophe. Soo-ryun notes that she usually gets dispatched to even lower level zones than this. Choi surmises the guild is just short-staffed again. Typical bureaucracy. She confirms his suspicion. Once players hit level 50 and unlock their class advancement, they dive deeper into the abyss, leaving the upper levels devoid of security officers. The real issue is complacency. These players are too used to being babysat. So, when a variable enters the equation, their lack of combat experience turns a simple raid into total chaos. Judging by the gleam in her eyes, Choi guesses she actually enjoys the thrill. Soo-ryun mentions the hazard pay bonus for dungeon entry. Since they were on standby anyway, easy money is welcome. But Choi senses a dark aura. This monster won't be a walk in the park. His partner tells him to steal his nerves. She begins to focus, channeling her mana. Her very physiology begins to warp. A bestial transformation takes hold right before his eyes. The main character remarks that she turned into a cute cat. She sharply corrects him, "It is a snow leopard!" Which, technically, is still a feline, but much deadlier. Our hero wisely decides to apologize before he becomes her scratching post. Using her enhanced senses, she tracks the beast's scent trail. Soo-ryun warns him to keep up or get left in the dust. Then, with an explosive burst of speed, she launches forward. Choi marvels at her velocity. In mere moments, the predator locates her prey. He jokes that her nose is as keen as a house dog's. She retorts that her tracking skills are superior to any canine. As they close the distance, the wolf howls, radiating, killing intent. Soo-ryun leaps into the air and crushes the monster with a single, devastating blow. Choi finds her raw power a little terrifying. He compliments the flexibility of her armor. She quips that for the price she paid, it better be top-tier equipment. Mission accomplished, or so they thought. On the way back, Soo-ryun's ears twitch. First, a rustle in the dark. Then, the pungent stench of another werewolf hits her nose. Before the last one died, it must have signaled the pack. A massive horde of monsters is rushing toward them like a tidal wave. Choi asks if this is standard procedure. She admits it is rare, but the dungeon is unpredictable. If this escalation continues, the dungeon's rating and its name will evolve. The main character falls silent, assessing the threat. She decides they will file the paperwork after they slaughter these beasts. She charges the front line. He unsheathes his vampiric blade, ready to harvest souls. The pack strikes in unison. Suryeon obliterates one with a thunderous impact. Choi holds his own effortlessly. But suddenly, a bone-chilling howl echoes through the cavern. The atmosphere shifts heavy with the arrival of a true predator. This beast is a titan, looming twice the size of the others. Suryeon declares she will handle the Werewolf King herself. Choi gauges the entity at around level 100. He trusts she can handle the pressure. Sensing an opening, the mob swarms him. Two monsters attack simultaneously, but they are instantly cut down. They try to pin him down, but their efforts are futile. Choi calculates a swift victory. The wolves rush in endlessly. He mows them down with blasts of magical lightning. The rest drop dead before they even realize they've been hit. With the fodder cleared, our hero checks the main battlefield. The duel between the leopard and the king still rages on. Deciding to intervene, he charges forward. But the creature's instincts scream danger. A mysterious magic triggers. The werewolf vanishes into thin air. It reappears instantly, launching a full power strike that slashes deep into his partner. The beast clamps its massive fangs around her neck. Choi fires a blazing missile, but the target is too elusive. Suryeon goes limp, consciousness fading. Choi rushes to blindside the monster, but suddenly Suryeon is hurled into his arms. Panic rises as he checks her condition. He immediately channels healing magic into her wounds. He recalls the emergency potion he looted earlier. The Werewolf King seizes the moment to strike his exposed back, but steel flashes. Instead of flesh, the monster's claws are severed cleanly. The main character admits this creature has intelligence. It could have finished her off at any time. It was merely using her as bait to make our hero drop his guard. The wolf pack was nothing but a stalling tactic. The beast lets out a guttural laugh, confirming his theory. It lunges again, but hits nothing but air. Choi launches a counteroffensive. They exchange blows at supersonic speeds. The final strike forces the wolf back, but it leaps away, disappearing into the shadows once more. Choi Hyun-sung had already pinpointed exactly where the target had fled. The werewolf lunged at the unconscious girl, claws bared. But before it could land a strike, a devastating kick connected with its face. The beast was sent hurtling through the air. The hero had arrived just in time. The Wolf King roared towards the moon, a howling command to summon his pack, instantly surrounding the protagonist. It was a desperate situation for any normal hunter, but for him, it was the perfect stage. Our hero no longer needed to hold back his true power. Magic missile, flame burst, glacial strike. He unleashed a chaotic symphony of destruction as the monsters swarmed him. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-sung conjured a lance of fire, focusing an immense concentration of mana into a single, volatile point. He bid them farewell. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending bodies flying as a rain of pure magical energy poured from the heavens. The monsters were shredded by the bombardment. The creatures were pierced from every direction, unable to withstand the assault. As the dust settled, the effects faded. Judging by the carnage, our hero decided he didn't need to burn through all his mana points at once. Refocusing his aura into his blade, he prepared to unleash a second wave of magical hell upon his enemies. The Werewolf King turned tail to run for its life. Our hero admitted the beast was agile, but could it outrun a unique skill? A massive wall of ice erupted from the earth, blocking the path. The monster finally realized the hopeless trap it had fallen into. To Choi Hyun-sung, the beast looked pitifully slow. His festival of magic returned, ready to rain death upon the enemy once more. The Wolf King was cornered like a rat. Spells closed in from every angle. The monster had absolutely nowhere to go. A final, random strike came to harvest its soul. The creature was erased from the face of the earth. Opening his dimensional portal, Cho-yun Sung collected the loot. Among the spoils, one item pulsed with strange energy, a heart. He inspected the item description. It allowed the user to transform into a werewolf for 60 minutes, boosting all attributes by 30%. But the cost was steep. After use, his stats would permanently decrease by 10%. He was surprised by the item's raw power, but the penalty was a curse in disguise. It wasn't worth the risk. Still, priorities first. He needed to extract. He sat beside Cho-yun just as the support team arrived to assess her condition. She assured him her external wounds had healed, but for safety, she needed a proper healer at the hospital. Cho-yun looked at our hero with gratitude, admitting that without him, the raid would have ended in a massacre. The protagonist simply shrugged, saying he was just doing his job. With the mission complete, he turned to leave, though he hadn't expected her personal gratitude. It was a bit awkward, but he maintained his professional demeanor. However, something caught his attention. The support staff mentioned that everyone was heading back to the base to rest after the cleanup. It seemed our hero had the exact same plan in mind. Cho-yun Sung noted that sleeping at the base was better. That way, he was technically getting paid to sleep. Se-yeon confessed that when she first saw his high-tier gear, she assumed he was just some spoiled rich kid born with a golden spoon. The protagonist laughed bitterly. Before his awakening, he was just a construction worker, grinding through the dirt during his hardest times. He explained that he had to work himself to the bone because of his father's failing health. His family had suffered immensely just to survive. Guilt washed over her. She admitted she had received unofficial orders to monitor him, which only fueled her assumption that he was a privileged connection hire. The protagonist found it hilarious that anyone could mistake his life for one of privilege. Out of nowhere, he guessed it was Captain Lee who ordered the surveillance, catching his colleague completely off guard. It made sense. She was the one who had scouted him into the association in the first place. This confirmed that the higher-ups had massive expectations for him. As night fell, our hero decided to restock his inventory before sleeping. Cho-yun seized the chance to stop him. This time, her voice was heavy with apology, though the protagonist was confused. She explained that her prejudice had caused her to treat him coldly, and she needed to apologize for her rudeness. Cho-yun Sung asked what had been going through her mind. She admitted her judgment was clouded by a trauma involving a former teammate. Now, the protagonist was intrigued to hear the story. It involved the son of a high-ranking executive who hurt innocent people for fun. The brat walked away scotangent-free while the team took the fall for the incident. After that betrayal, she had sworn to be stricter and more vigilant against nepotism. Cho-yun Sung smiled gently, telling her it was water under the bridge. He realized that, beneath her tough exterior, she was a genuinely kind person. Suddenly, Se-yeon remembered something important. She had a burning question but hesitated, telling him he didn't have to answer. He gave her the green light to ask whatever she wanted. That was just the kind of man he was. He looked at her, thinking she was surprisingly innocent for a hunter in this brutal world. She warned him that this might be difficult to hear as it was tied to the very core of her secret ability. But trusting him, she spent the next few minutes laying bare the truth. According to her, this rare power was known as the Beast Transformation. When unleashed, her strength, dexterity, and vitality skyrocketed, turning her into a tank and warrior hybrid. However, this immense power came with a fatal flaw: zero resistance to magic. Still, as he listened, he realized something. She didn't need to explain herself to Cho-yun Sung. The trust between them was already absolute. 1 week later, peace had returned. The chaos of the first day faded into a distant memory. In fact, life had become almost too quiet. His popularity and sales dipped slightly, but the battery and electronics business remained a steady goldmine. At this rate, purchasing another hero rank skill wasn't just a dream, it was inevitable. Deciding to grind for experience, Choi headed to the dungeon. The gatekeeper boredly asked for the log, treating him like any other low-level hunter. But the moment the man saw the emergency vigilance team insignia, his face went pale with terror. Stammering an apology, he hurriedly wished our hero a safe and prosperous hunt. Inside the dungeon, a horde of monsters swarmed him. With a thought, he summoned a cataclysmic firestorm. A roaring inferno erupted from his palm, incinerating the beasts in mere seconds. A magnificent addition to his arsenal. As expected of a rare rank area of effect skill, its power was undeniable. It became even more broken when combined with a shield of the same tier. While it might falter in high-level zones, in these lower dungeons, he was a god walking among mortals. But suddenly, blood sprayed into the air. In a split second, both his shield and his arm were severed clean off. A cold voice praised his reaction speed. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Choi demanded to know the identity of his attacker. The man seemed surprised he wasn't recognized. But deciding that fear would make this more interesting, he stepped out of the shadows. It was Han Song-woo, the fallen vice leader of the Sagun Guild. The assassin smirked, claiming this was an act of vengeance. His master needed a punching bag to vent his fury, and Choi was the chosen sacrifice. Our hero roared, asking if he really thought he could get away with murder. But the ex-vice leader calmly explained that screaming was useless. He had activated a jamming artifact, cutting off all sight and sound from the outside world. Dressed in trash-tier armor, he looked like a harmless novice to avoid suspicion. No one would suspect a level 50 scrub of being a cold-blooded killer. He had forged a new identity, but it didn't matter. His ticket out of the country was booked for tonight. He just needed to finish this job. Then, the killer crossed the line. He admitted that he had considered slaughtering the protagonist's family first. He knew the pain of losing everything. Only the heavy guard presence had stopped him. Hearing this, a demonic rage began to boil within Choi. Han shrugged, noting that killing the guards would have made escaping Korea too difficult. So he chose to ambush Choi in the dungeon instead. After all, if a body vanishes here, no one realizes until it is far too late. But as he spoke, the assassin noticed something strange. The boy's recovery speed was monstrous. The wound was already closing. Han realized the brat was stalling for time, but his arrogance blinded him to the possibility of defeat. Choi felt the shadow of death looming over him. Steel clashed against steel as they met in mid-air. The impact sent our protagonist flying backward. Han admitted he was surprised the kid could even block the strike. He planned to chop off a limb permanently this time so it couldn't regenerate, but Choi reached into his inventory, gripping the werewolf's heart. The killer recognized the transformation item instantly and scoffed at the desperate attempt. Choi unleashed the beast within. His stats exploded upwards, but instead of attacking, the wolf turned tail and ran. Leaping over a wall, he detonated a fire spell behind him to cover his tracks. Smoke obscured the battlefield, but the assassin was already there. A whisper came from behind. "Did you really think you could escape?" The ex-vice leader grabbed him, blade poised for the kill. But just before the steel pierced his skin, Choi managed to wrench himself free. Once again, he conjured a fireball, using the flames to threaten his pursuer. With effortless grace, Han dodged the spell, but Choi seized the opening to lunge at him. The assassin blocked the attack, a twisted smile on his face. He was actually enjoying this. Choi began to believe there was a slim chance of victory. Suddenly, Han vanished. A blur of motion and a flurry of slashes tore into the wolf's back. Choi spun to crush him, but his claws swiped through empty air. Han admitted the kid was impressive for a rookie. "But do you know who I am?" he asked, his blade crackling with blue energy. "They used to call me the Lightning Sword." Raising his hand, the vice leader called down a bolt of pure electricity, paralyzing Choi in a cage of shock. Seizing the moment, the killer prepared the final strike. He mused that if Choi had possessed this power from the start, he might have stood a chance. Such a pity. Even 100 billion won wouldn't have been a waste for talent like that. The wolf howled, rallying for a desperate counterattack, but our hero was faster. With a surgical strike, he severed the beast's Achilles tendons, bringing the monster crashing to the ground. John fired his weapon, his voice trembling with absolute disbelief. "How did trash like you break the level 20 restriction? How did you acquire this monstrous strength so quickly?" Choi Hyun-sung roared for him to shut his damn mouth. But John sneered, offering a devil's bargain. "Tell me your secret, and I promise to grant you mercy." Of course, our protagonist wasn't foolish enough to trust a snake, so the former Vice Guild leader amended his offer to a painless execution, a lie he hoped the boy would swallow. The blade began to carve into Cho-yun Sung's flesh once more. Under the relentless assault, even his regenerative powers were failing to keep up with the damage. The situation had turned critical. He was trapped in an infinite loop of agony, especially against a veteran torturer. The pain was so absolute that Choi-hyun Sung's mind began to fracture, and he considered confessing just to end the nightmare. Jiyeon kept slicing without a shred of hesitation. It suddenly clicked. This wasn't just revenge. The man was enjoying every second of the butchery. Choi-hyun Sung screamed, "Just end it. I have nothing to say to you." Jiyeon paused, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he agreed. It seemed the interrogation was over. But as our hero calculated the time needed to reclaim his severed body, he made his decision. A quick death, as requested. Jeon raised his weapon for the final blow, completely unaware that the hunter was about to become the prey. But in that split second, the impossible happened. A hand punched straight through Jun's chest. The villain's eyes went wide with confusion before he collapsed, life fading instantly. Choi-hyun Sung's headless body dragged itself across the floor. With gruesome determination, he located his missing head and reattached it, sealing the wound with his regeneration. Jiyeon gasped his final breath, his mind shattering. His last sight on this earth was the impossible nightmare of Choi-hyun Sung standing whole again. With the caster dead, the barrier dissolved into mist. Our hero stood amidst the wreckage, fully restored and victorious. He never imagined he would have to fight while decapitated. Now, staring at the corpse, he realized the truth. No one, not even the player association, can know what happened here. If the public found out about his immortality, the scrutiny on his skill level would be unbearable. The protagonist summoned a roaring fireball in his palm. There was no reason to leave loose ends, was there? As Choi-hyun Sung incinerated the Vice Guild leader's body, mana began to coalesce. It appeared that killing high-level players triggered a loot drop, just like monsters. The raw energy solidified into a skill book. Our hero stepped forward and claimed his prize. The spell was called Lightning Breath. It came with devastating bonuses, paralyzing enemies, and generating a high-voltage field around the user. But the most broken attribute of all? It had absolutely zero cooldown time. After instantly learning the technique, Choi-hyun Sung activated the power to test his limits. Immediately, raw electricity surged through his veins, energizing his entire being. He fired a magic missile and obliterated a massive boulder. His magical potency had skyrocketed. He was on a completely different level now. He checked his status window and gasped. All his stats had increased by over 127 points. A system notification flashed Title Unlocked Giant Killer for defeating a player 100 levels above him. Then another achievement appeared for a gap of 200 levels. And yet another notification chimed, this time for a 300 level difference. The protagonist wondered if he could now crush Inong without breaking a sweat. Choi-hyun Sung hungered for even more power. However, he noted a tactical trade-off: he couldn't use ranged skills while Lightning Breath was active. Browsing the Hunter's online store, he stumbled upon a heated forum discussion. A buyer was raging about being scammed by the inflated price of mana batteries. Others joined in, organizing a massive boycott against the sellers. 1 month later, Choi-hyun Sung was analyzing his own shopping list. He was torn between two legendary items. The first was a sensory skill that would allow him to detect life signatures and imminent danger in his vicinity. The second would convert all his magic into vampiric energy, allowing him to drain the life force of his enemies. But he could only afford one. Unfortunately, buying both would cost over 60 billion won. Choi-hyun Sung decided to be patient and save his funds for another day. Our hero collapsed onto his couch and grabbed the remote. He planned to enjoy his day off, tuning into a new drama about awakened players. Choi-hyun Sung found himself surprisingly entertained, enjoying the rare moment of peace. The series was produced for the 20th anniversary of the catastrophe. The protagonist remembered that day vividly. The entire world had been on high alert, fearing a second apocalypse. But just like the 10th anniversary, nothing happened. Although some reporters spread fake news about dungeon spawn rates decreasing, sparking fierce debates online. On the TV screen, the actress confessed her love to the guildmaster, but Cho-yun Sung's mind drifted back to the shop, obsessing over which power he should have bought. Suddenly, boom, a violent tremor shook the building. Our hero froze, confused by the sudden quake. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A dungeon portal had cracked open right in the middle of the city. Monsters were pouring out. Orcs flooded the streets, turning the city into a slaughterhouse. People ran in terror, but Cho-yun Sung didn't hesitate. He vaulted out of his bedroom window to join the fray. A young girl was about to be snatched by a beast, but the protagonist landed between them just in time. Cho-yun Sung unleashed his power, burning and slashing through the horde. He attacked every creature in his path, a one-man army amidst the terrified citizens. The dimensional gate pulses, vomiting forth a fresh wave of orcs. But Cho-yun Sung wastes no breath. He unleashes a devastating tornado of crimson flames, incinerating the horde in an instant. Yet, the nightmare is far from over. The beasts are encroaching perilously close to the innocent civilians. As the swarm multiplies and screams fill the air, hope arrives. A brave player steps onto the battlefield, leading a squad to shield the defenseless. Recognizing true power, the newcomer entrusts this gate entirely to Cho-yun Sung. Our hero acknowledges the gesture with a stoic nod of gratitude. Suddenly, emergency sirens wail across the city. Martial law has been declared. Amidst the chaotic din, a child weeps in solitude, just as heavy military transport rumbles in to reinforce the line. Simultaneously, the association chairman issues a supreme decree, a total mobilization order for every able-bodied player in the nation. The news feeds show nothing but catastrophic ruin. In the eye of this storm, Cho-yun Sung's device buzzes. It is a call from Guildmaster Lee Seal-hwa. Her voice is urgent. She demands his location. The protagonist reports he is currently suppressing an orc gate that ruptured right in the middle of the downtown district. Upon requesting a sitrep, he confirms the current threats are low-tier trash mobs and other hunters are effectively containing the perimeter. Hearing this, she makes a decisive command. Cho-yun Sung is hereby appointed as the interim field commander. His orders are absolute: stabilize this zone, then mobilize all available forces directly to Namyang Station. A critical gate has opened there, and the defense line is crumbling. And one more crucial detail, she confirms that our hero's family has been secured. They have been safely evacuated to a bunker along with the other civilians. A wave of relief washes over Cho-yun Sung as he thanks her for protecting what matters most. Now, she demands he unleash hell on the enemy, and that is a promise he intends to keep. Hanging up, Cho-yun Sung realizes there is no time for hesitation. He opens the system interface. It is time to invest. He selects the Vampiric Mastery skill, paying the steep price of nearly 30,000 points. He needs to end this slaughter instantly and march to the station. With a roar, the protagonist summons a colossal wall of fire. Within seconds, the orcs are reduced to ash. Cho-yun Sung retrieves a broadcast microphone from his inventory. Our hero projects his voice, announcing his authority as an association official. He attempts to coordinate the other players, but the cacophony of battle is overwhelming. Rallying this disorganized mob is going to be a battle in itself. Once regrouped, he issues commands a rearguard will secure this gate, while the elite squad follows him to Namyang. They blitz the station, clearing it in record time, and the protagonist barks the same. A trembling player raises a hand, desperate for answers. He asks the question on everyone's mind: just how many gates have appeared? The exact number is unknown, but reports confirm that dimensional rifts are tearing open all across the country. Terror is etched onto their faces, a sight that weighs heavily on our hero's heart. But there is no respite near Namyang Station. New abominations emerge to slaughter the civilians. The screams begin anew as the monsters descend upon the helpless crowds. A guard on duty is struck before he can even blink, sent flying like a rag doll. But before the beast can pursue, its skull is split open by a brutal axe strike. Yet, this brave player knows he is backed into a corner. The gate pulses violently, spewing forth an endless legion of monsters. Two other defenders look on in despair, praying for reinforcements. Suddenly, a majestic wave of crimson fire sweeps across the battlefield, consuming everything in its path. The wall of flames towers over the battlefield. The hero steps through the inferno, asking the female hunters if they are unharmed now that help has arrived. Witnessing his power, the other players cheer in relief. They are no longer fighting this nightmare alone. One of his men notes the strategic difficulty. This region rarely spawns dungeons, so there are barely any high-level players stationed in the city. Cho-yun Sung cuts him off. Strategic analysis can wait. Saving lives comes first. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar shakes the very earth. A massive entity steps out of the dimensional rift. The protagonist narrows his eyes. Judging by its sheer size and pressure, this beast is in a league of its own. Choi Hyun-sung knows he cannot drag this out. He must end this quickly. The protagonist hurls a blazing fire spear, then leaps into the fray. Both strike and counterstrike miss their mark, but our hero realizes something this creature's aura isn't as overwhelming as it seemed. With a single, decisive slash, he decapitates the beast. But victory is short-lived as multiple roars echo from the darkness of the gate. That monster wasn't a boss, it was merely an evolved variant, and now a pack of them is pouring out to join the fray. Choi summons another tornado of flames, but the fire washes over them harmlessly. Their elemental resistance is absurdly high. Magic is useless here. The protagonist summons his shield and charges the front line, reverting to brutal, old-school swordsmanship to hack them apart. For a split second, Choi Hyun-sung is distracted by a phantom spear. Seizing the opening, a monster clamps onto his arm while another binds his legs, pinning him in place. A projectile flies straight toward his face. Impact! A massive explosion swallows him whole. Choi survives, but his body is encased in a debilitating frost status effect. Standing before him is a towering behemoth, radiating power far superior to the fodder. The protagonist identifies the threat instantly, the King Lizard Man. He discards his heavy shield, gripping his blade with renewed focus. The boss monster conjures a barrage of ice spears. The deadly projectiles tear through the air, forcing our hero to sprint and weave to avoid being skewered. Simultaneously, the lesser mobs lunge at him from the blind spots. He cleaves the lead attacker in two, but it was a trap. An ice spear was hidden right behind the body. Choi Hyun-sung desperately conjures a flame shield to brace for impact. He leaps into the air. The boss unleashes a devastating close-range breath attack. The magical pressure is suffocating. Choi Hyun-sung knows his mana reserves can take the hit. He triggers his signature skill, Lightning Breath. He vanishes like a streak of thunder, but the beast manages to block the fatal strike at the last second. The royal guards rush in to protect their king. He has to hold the line against the horde, no matter the cost. Mere players cannot survive this level of pressure. Terrified for his teammates, he lets the monsters surround him completely. Perfect. Now that he has drawn all the aggro, the real slaughter can begin. An explosion of lightning erupts from his body. The electricity paralyzes them instantly, shattering their defenses. It is a massacre of one-hit kills. 1 hour later, the onlookers are left in stunned silence. Now, only the king stands before him. It is time to drop the curtain. The beast charges without fear. Our hero leaps to meet it, but the monster's claws still graze him. The king teleports behind him, but our hero reacts with godlike reflexes, slicing the monster's face open. The colossal beast crashes to its knees, life fading from its eyes. Choi Hyun-sung is running on fumes. As the corpse dissolves into blue mana particles, he has only one thought: show me the loot. The mana coalesces into a skill book, a rare rank item. It grants the power of frost breath. He absorbs it immediately. Later, the heroes assist the civilians in a desperate retreat from the dungeon zone. His HP and mana are slowly regenerating, but the mental fatigue weighs heavy on his soul. Suddenly, a commotion. A straggler is tackled to the ground as the military secures the perimeter. Just a lost survivor found in the chaos. But the raid is finally over. Mission complete. 3 days later. The second cataclysm brings the world to its knees. Resources vanish. The global economy shatters. In Korea, absolute defense zones are established around major cities, while the countryside is abandoned to the monsters. Supply chains have completely collapsed. Industry grinds to a silent halt as the world falls into darkness. The auction house is empty. Even if he wanted to sell his loot, there is no one left to buy it. The path to becoming stronger just became a hell of a lot steeper. Society needs time to heal before the markets reopen. High above the ruined city, a helicopter cuts through the sky. The pilot signals arrival. The strategy is simple: encircle the outer rim and tighten the noose around the monsters. The strike team prepares for the drop. Choi asks if they know their zones. The squad responds with steely determination. Each squad has its commander, but the vanguard is none other than our protagonist. Giant beasts pour from the dungeon gate. He dives into freefall, descending like a meteor wrapped in a wall of flame. The monsters are incinerated upon impact. Those who survive the fire meet the cold steel of his blade. It is a symphony of one-hit kills. Inspired by his power, the other heroes charge into the fray. The battlefield is under their control. Another beast rushes out, hungry for blood, but our hero shuts it down instantly. But wait, something is wrong. The monsters are ignoring the flames. This behavior is unnatural. The trolls are not attacking, they are running away. He cannot let the EXP escape. He unleashes lightning breath, followed immediately by the flame spear. It is like taking candy from a baby. Moving at the speed of light, he obliterates the troll's skull. He manifests another lance of fire and hurls it at a straggler. That makes 15 kills confirmed. The area is clear. But then, a terrifying pressure descends from the sky. This entity violates all logic. A level 400 monstrosity has entered the server. It roars in pure fury. A heroic rank blue dragon. And just when he thought the raid was over, there are 10,000 players here, but only 500 are elites. And their stamina is already hitting rock bottom. The military can barely contain the mid-tier trash mobs. The difficulty curve is spiking, high-tier bosses are spawning, and humanity lacks the firepower to stop them. Suddenly, a code red alert. A new dungeon gate has ripped open in the heart of the capital. Commander Lee demands a sitrep. It is a flock of wyverns, heroic rank aerial predators. Lee checks the roster. The Taz Guild is in that sector. They are requesting immediate backup. It is the worst possible matchup. That guild is full of tanks and warriors. They are sitting ducks against flying enemies. He urgently demanded a status report. Was there anyone who could assist? Scanners locked onto a squad of battle mages within range. The guildmaster didn't hesitate, sending them to support the front lines. But the nightmare was just beginning as reports of new dungeon breaks flooded the system. The battlefield descended into chaos. Where orcs once stood, massive ogres now rampaged. And then, the ultimate despair arrived. A catastrophic alert for a blue dragon. Lee's blood ran cold. Choi Hyun-sung was right in the beast's territory. The operators confirmed the signal. It was Choi himself calling for immediate assistance. Lee screamed the command. Evacuate every single player immediately. There was no time to waste. The staff scrambled to relay the message. On the chaotic streets, Choi desperately radioed for support, but the response was grim. Abandon the mission! Retreat now! As he turned to flee, debris rained down like meteors. A massive chunk of the building sheared off, while the command to run echoed in his ears. Total evacuation was mandatory. Yet, a heavy weight pressed on Choi's heart. How could he leave the city to be destroyed? But fate made the choice for him as the skyscraper crumbled directly on top of him. The colossal blue dragon watched with amused curiosity. Our hero barely flashed away in time to survive the collapse, but the beast was too fast, slamming him with a follow-up strike. Boom! The dragon's claw pulverized the pavement. Acting on pure instinct, the protagonist dove into the ruins of a shattered house for cover. Choi gritted his teeth. Why was a monster of this calamity focusing solely on him? He peeked out from the rubble, and his heart stopped cold. The beast's massive eye was staring right at him. With a casual swipe, it tore through the concrete sanctuary. Half the building was launched into the sky, tossed aside like a meaningless toy. To this apex predator, this wasn't a fight. It was simply a game. Choi refused to die here. He unleashed a roaring tornado of fire. Pushing past his limits, he followed up with a concentrated explosive blast directly to the monster's face. Using the smoke as cover, Choi scrambled to put distance between them. But the monster was relentless, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Thinking fast, he channeled his mana, constructing an impenetrable barrier of ice. He slid beneath the frozen shield, narrowly avoiding a bone-crushing stomp. But looking at the cracks forming, he knew his defense was on borrowed time. Running was no longer an option. He had to fight. Activating his lightning breath technique, our hero prepared a desperate gambit. In a flash of speed, Choi vanished into thin air. He reappeared instantly, driving his blade into the dragon's scales, but clang! It didn't even leave a scratch. The counterattack was brutal. A single blow sent his vision spinning. Before he could recover, a second impact slammed into him. He raised his sword to block, but the force launched him backward like a ragdoll. The dragon's armor was impenetrable. He had to find a weak point. Summoning every ounce of strength, the protagonist charged forward like a bullet. Eyes locked on the target, he aimed a piercing strike at the creature's underbelly. But even the softest spot was like iron. The attack bounced off harmlessly, and he was nearly flattened into paste for his trouble. The dragon remained pristine, not a single scratch on its majestic hide. Insulted by the attempt, the creature let out a roar that shook the heavens. The beast swiped again, and our hero dodged with supernatural reflex. But then, a terrifying anomaly occurred. His lightning aura was being siphoned away. The dragon was devouring his very energy. Drained and powerless, Choi fell from the sky like a broken bird. He crashed into the earth, broken and bleeding. As he struggled to look up, the dragon's maw descended to consume him whole. Darkness swallowed him instantly. This was the end. Our hero was trapped within the beast's stomach. Consciousness was fading. But the thought of his family jolted him awake. They were depending on him. His grip tightened around his shattered blade. He had hit rock bottom, but he wasn't dead yet. With a primal scream, he plunged the sword into the stomach wall. And then, a miracle occurred. The blade began to drink the dragon's blood. His health was regenerating. A system notification flashed. The Book of Immortality has evolved to heroic rank. He had never been closer to death, but this power was intoxicating. He couldn't stop now. Desperate for survival, he began to devour the raw dragon flesh. Meanwhile, on the outside, Lee received the devastating news. Choi Hyun-sung has fallen. Intelligence confirmed the kill. Lee stood frozen in shock, the weight of her command to retreat crushing her soul. It was a tragic tactical error. Choi had been sealing the rift when the dragon emerged, placing him directly in the jaws of death. She whispered that he tried to escape, but the beast was too fast. It took everything she had to keep her composure from crumbling. With a trembling voice, she asked if his family had been notified of the tragedy. No official letter had been sent, but the casualty list was already trending online. By now, his family surely knew the truth. Back in the abyss, the protagonist tumbled down the fleshy walls. He blacked out for a moment, only to wake up with a surge of relief. His HP was fully restored. A savage grin crossed his face. He wasn't the prey anymore. He was going to drain every drop of this dragon's blood. Slash after slash, he carved into the beast, absorbing its essence. Suddenly, the world shook violently. The dragon's stomach was convulsing. Gravity shifted wildly. He stabbed his sword deep into the flesh to anchor himself, dangling by a single arm over the acid pits below. What the hell was happening out there? On the surface, the mighty dragon was thrashing in absolute agony. The other players watched in confusion, unable to comprehend the scene. To their eyes, the invincible calamity had suddenly started convulsing like a mad beast. The monster roared, not in rage, but in pure torture. Its massive tail lashed out blindly, shattering skyscrapers. In the chaos, a female player looked up to see a crumbling tower plummeting straight toward her. His teammate attempts a last-second assist, but everything vanishes in the impact. Cho-yun has finally located the vital point. He found the main artery. The protagonist leaps, activating his flaming blade. With a single strike, he severs the beast's lifeline. A deafening scream echoes from the creature's insides. The protagonist clings desperately to the edge of the severed artery. His recovery speed accelerates even further. Cho-yun seizes the moment and unleashes a barrage of devastating attacks. He forces himself to move, marching straight to the heart. Our hero plunges his blade directly into the pulsating organ. Just to be sure, he slashes wildly until the heart detonates into fragments. His sword begins to ravenously absorb all the creature's mana. That is when the system notifications flood his vision. His immortality rank skyrockets, and Lightning Breath evolves into the legendary Lightning Dragon Breath. The very names of his skills are being rewritten. On top of that, he earns a glorious title for hunting a monster 200 levels above his own. His vampiric sword is fully restored and transforms into the draconic blood sword. Then, a new reward manifests. A skill book materializes right in front of him. This tome grants a massive boost to physical resistance. Cho-yun has just obtained another god-tier power. Outside, the girl has no idea what just occurred. Suddenly, the colossal blue dragon collapses. First came the tremors, then the violent thrashing, until finally, the beast lay motionless and lifeless. One player wonders if a disease struck it, but his friend knows dragons are immune to such things. Suddenly, a signal appears where the monster once stood. A helicopter immediately changes course toward the new coordinates. Inside, the players are ready for a break, but in the back sits someone who refuses to speak. She cannot process the tragedy. Lee-yoon cannot believe the association is trying to claim a penalty fee for a dead hunter. One of the officials tells her to calm down. He argues that since the rookie is dead, they are in a financial crisis. They just want to cut their losses. But she looks at them with disgust, wondering if they are even human. Lee-yoon begins to lose control. Her aura explodes outward, crushing everyone in the cabin with sheer pressure. She asks if they would do the same to her. The man begs her to stop. He crumbles and promises to drop the fee, terrified by her rage. An emergency message flashes on the screen. She orders the guy to speak. The report confirms the blue dragon has been slain. One of the players asks which elite raid group managed to kill it, but nobody was deployed who could achieve such a feat. Reports state the player who was swallowed whole is still alive. He destroyed the dragon from the inside out. Lee-yoon demands the name. The man stammers, "It is Cho-yun." Her face instantly lights up with joy. Meanwhile, Cho-yun downs an entire bottle of water, relieved to be fully healed. A player offers him some spare clothes. Suddenly, Choi remembers something urgent. He asks to borrow a phone. The protagonist needs to call his family. The girl quickly hands him hers. Cho-yun dials the number with trembling hands. Someone answers with a cautious tone. The protagonist tells his mother it is her son. There is a stunned silence on the other end. She asks if it is real. Is it truly him? Choi explains he saw his name on the casualty list, but it was a grave error. He was safe the entire time. He asks about his sister and father, but his mother breaks down in tears. Our hero tries to comfort her, saying there is no need to cry. He is perfectly fine. Cho-yun assures her he is eating well and staying warm. His mother sobs that she is just so happy he is alive. She mentions that someone from the association already visited and paid compensation for his death. The poor woman could say nothing then, only feeling guilt that it was her fault. But now, she is overjoyed that the nightmare was false. Hearing his mother's relief, Cho-yun is at a loss for words. When the call ends, he tries to hide his own tears. The girl silently offers him a handkerchief. Choi accepts it with gratitude. After composing himself, our hero sits on the curb. He decides to inspect his evolved weapon. It now boasts several new effects like a massive mana surge, but there is a special twist. It is now a bound item. Furthermore, it can continue to evolve as long as it consumes the blood of draconic creatures. It seems the protagonist will not need to shop for a new weapon anytime soon. He checks the electric dragon breath, which grants him supreme lightning control. Cho-yun has successfully evolved his core skill. This time, all his attributes have increased by 30 points, and he gained a magic bonus to boot. His only worry now is when his actual clothes will arrive. Cho-yun just wants to go home. Suddenly, something falls from the sky like a human missile. The protagonist realizes it is his leader. She lands and immediately pulls him into a bone-crushing embrace. Relief washed over her the moment she saw him breathing. Our hero shared the sentiment, his eyes softening. However, Lee quickly noticed a glaring detail. He was completely stark naked. Even the stoic Cho-yun couldn't hide his embarrassment now. He hurriedly explained that the dragon's acidic blood had dissolved his gear. After finally securing a change of clothes, dignity was restored. Yet, the guild leader still seemed flustered, her heart racing. A guild member approached with a smirk, mentioning the touching reunion. But then he added that he was quite shocked. Lee narrowed her eyes. Shocked by what, exactly? The hunter grinned. I never pegged you for someone into younger men. He teased that he never imagined this rookie was her secret lover. Lee snapped, demanding an immediate end to the nonsense. The subordinate saluted playfully, promising to obey. Turning serious, she explained the mission was canceled and demanded a sit-rep. A mage stepped forward, admitting her curiosity got the better of her. After witnessing such a spectacle, she just had to take a closer look. She looked our protagonist up and down like a predator eyeing a meal. Declaring he was exactly her type, she boldly asked if he was single. But Lee swatted her hand away instantly. Enough with the games, she warned, her aura flaring. Cho-yun had just survived hell. This was not the time. The mage pouted, claiming she was dead serious about her interest. She feigned ignorance, wondering why her leader was being so defensive. Lee ignored the jab, insisting that recovery was the only priority. He needs rest immediately, she commanded. She admitted the entire guild was burning with curiosity. Everyone wanted to know how a solo hunter slew a dragon. But prying into a hunter's secrets right now would be incredibly disrespectful. She ordered him to head straight to the hospital for a checkup. Naturally, our hero nodded in agreement. Their extraction chopper would now serve a new purpose. It was officially purely for emergency transport. Without hesitation, Lee scooped Cho-yun up and leaped into the air. Though frustrated by her team's behavior, she sighed. She knew she had been sharp, but the questions burned in her mind too. Just how did he possess the power to melt a blue dragon? Watching them leave, the male hunter shook his head. For the commander to act like that, this rookie was definitely no ordinary man. He decided to save his interrogation for another day. Meanwhile, the internet was in a frenzy. Desperation for Cho-yun's goods had reached a fever pitch. The mob turned on the user who originally suggested the boycott. The rage was so intense, they petitioned to ban the agitator's account. Ironically, our low-profile hero would never even see these messages. Some time passed after the incident. Korea had taken a heavy blow, yet, against all odds, the catastrophe was contained. The damage was miraculously kept to a minimum. Infrastructure reconstruction began at lightning speed. Simultaneously, researchers dove into analyzing the new magic stones. Although society wobbled, stability was returning. Cho-yun, however, had business to attend to. He reviewed his inventory, specifically his stock of batteries. Luck was on his side. That specific market remained untouched. The moment the shops reopened, recharging became the public's obsession. Choi declared his move. He was going to buy out the entire supply. He loaded the batteries into his digital sales cart. Then, with a capitalist's grin, he hiked up the prices. Somehow, the orders kept flooding in. Our hero stared in disbelief at the demand. If they were this desperate, he decided to mercilessly raise the prices again. A few days later, he returned to the physical store, but the shelves were completely bare. The clerk apologized, promising new stock soon. Factories were back online, so the shortage would not last forever. Unfortunately, patience was the only option for now. Choi Hyun-sung sighed and turned to leave. The eager salesman offered to call him the moment a truck arrived, but our protagonist waved him off, saying he would check back later. On the walk home, a thought crossed his mind. It would be perfect if I could cut out the middleman and buy direct from the factory. He had actually attempted this before the catastrophe. Back then, they flatly refused to deal with individual buyers. He had even tried calling again, offering to buy in bulk. Still, the corporation shut him down. Our hero mused, "Do I need to just buy the entire company or a warehouse? Maybe I should just open my own electronics store." A few days later, he was back on the hunt. Even on a weekday, the crowds were suffocating. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his sister. She was gushing about her manager's leadership skills. She claimed she had to work hard for the shop's sake. Then came the intel her manager said a shipment of batteries had just hit the warehouse. That was the signal. The protagonist decided to intercept the goods immediately. She asked if she should place more orders, noting the market fluctuation. Then she switched topics. She invited him to dinner with their mother. Finally, they could afford fine dining. Back on the system interface, sales were cooling off. The frantic buying rate had practically flatlined. Still, the weekly profit was astronomical. Time to reinvest, the protagonist thought. It was time to spend those hard-earned points. Currently, he possessed 5 heroic-grade skills. However, Dragon's Breath was his solitary active offensive ability. Come to think of it, that was also his only true tanking power. Cho-yun pondered the shop interface. Should I invest in another active combat skill? Or perhaps utility? Something like teleportation would guarantee my survival in any crisis. Actually, with his current wealth, he could afford both. Active skills were surprisingly cheaper than passives, but then Choi Hyun-sung realized something crucial. Teleportation abilities demanded a truly astronomical price in the system store. He recalled that even basic spatial storage cost an arm and a leg. Furthermore, transporting living entities was a feat reserved exclusively for the heroic rank. Despite the heavy restrictions, the product details were visible. His eyes locked onto the absolute best option available, priced at 40,000 points. Without hesitation, he secured the purchase. Moments later, Choi Hyun-sung arrived at the warehouse, eager to unleash his new power immediately. In the blink of an eye, before the incantation even fully left his lips, he had already materialized at his destination. The activation was flawless, a tool of terrifying utility. Now, it was time to push the limits with long-distance spatial jumping. Next, he needed a weapon of mass destruction. He scrolled through the elemental powers, but nothing sparked his interest. Suddenly, a dark magic spell caught his eye, a lightning bolt that devoured both health and mana to fuel its fury. And the price? Suspiciously cheap. A warning flashed. Careless use results in self-destruction by draining one's own life force. But for him, that danger was exactly what he desired. The moment he absorbed it, his Dragon's Breath ability reacted violently, consuming the dark power and evolving into a unique heroic rank skill. His raw mana transformed into pitch-black lightning. Even his electric barrier mutated, granting him absolute control over the chaotic energy. It was time for a live combat test. Choi Hyun-sung stepped into the darkness of a dungeon cave. A horde of beasts rushed him, closing the distance in seconds. He unleashed the black lightning, and in a flash, nothing remained but the lingering mana of the dead. The destructive power was intoxicating. Every single point spent on this skill was worth its weight in gold. 5 hours later, the body count reached 5,000. But even a monster like Choi was utterly drained. That wrapped up the slaughter for today. Returning to the mortal realm, he stopped by his shop. Surprisingly, his sister was still there long after closing time. She mentioned some inventory in the back that needed checking. Choi Hyun-sung nodded and headed to the warehouse. 30 minutes later, he returned, but she hadn't moved an inch. He suggested they head home, but her expression remained grave. She needed to talk about the nightmare they endured while the world thought Choi Hyun-sung was dead. She began to recount the horror. Their mother had collapsed the instant she received the death notification, weeping endlessly even after learning of his survival. But the emotional trauma was only the beginning of their hell. Cold-blooded officials slapped them with massive fines for lost rented equipment and immediately terminated their contracts. Fury and guilt surged through Cho-yun. His sister explained that they fought back, filing complaint after complaint, but the authorities simply hid behind the shield of the law. They were forced into inheritance proceedings while he was still missing. Even their lawyer had thrown up his hands in defeat. In the end, they were evicted. The home under Choi's name was seized without mercy. The vultures even demanded the repayment of his hunter bonuses. However, the situation had abruptly resolved itself. Suddenly, officials were on their knees, begging forgiveness and claiming it was all a misunderstanding. But his sister knew better. That was no accident. Cho-yun vowed to uncover the truth. She hadn't wanted to burden him, but he needed to know the darkness that had surrounded them. He thanked her for her courage. The very next day, Choi headed out for a scheduled meeting with Captain Lee Soo-yeon. The secretary informed him that the captain was currently unavailable. He explained that he had prior permission to wait inside. Recognizing his status, the aide guided our hero into the private office. She offered refreshments, but he declined. The moment the door clicked shut, he was finally alone. Cho-yun-sung's eyes glowed as he activated his psychometry. He scanned the room's residual memories, searching for the echo of his own name. A vision formed. The moment Captain Lee received his death notice, her devastation was palpable, a raw display of grief that unexpectedly tugged at his heartstrings. The scene shifted. He watched her fiercely arguing with a superior, condemning the ruthless treatment of his grieving family. The man's cold response? He was simply following the letter of the law. Captain Lee demanded the charges be dropped, her voice shaking with rage. A hero who died for his country deserved honor, not persecution. The bureaucrat hid behind protocol again. That was the last straw. She issued an ultimatum, cancel the debts, or she would resign from the guild immediately. He sneered that resigning would be a breach of contract, but the captain fired back. Her contract was so irregular that it wouldn't hold up in any court of law. The man hesitated, doubting she would actually defy the Korean government. Dismissing her as too emotional, he abruptly ended the call. The man on the other end was none other than Minister Choi Ha-yoon. The protagonist offered a silent, sincere thanks to the captain. Now, he knew exactly who his enemy was. The Minister of Dimensional Affairs was a dead man walking. Suddenly, Captain Lee entered, apologizing for the wait, unaware he had arrived early. She looked at him with intrigue, asking why he had requested such an urgent meeting. Choi Hyun-sung drops a bombshell that freezes the room. The contract is void. Miss Lee stands speechless, but our protagonist isn't bluffing. He has seen right through the minister's dirty little schemes. Guilt washes over her as she bows her head to apologize, but Choi stops her immediately. He knows the truth. She was the one pulling strings in the shadows to fix this mess. In fact, he owes her a debt of gratitude. Desperate, she pleads with him to reconsider, staking her own reputation on the line for the sake of the guild. Her eyes burn with determination. She wants to fight to change these unjust regulations. And honestly, our hero couldn't agree more. The system must fall. I might change my mind, he says, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips. But I need one small favor. He wants the minister, face to face, begging for forgiveness. She is stunned by his boldness, but the reaction in the minister's office is far more volatile. The old man fumes, slamming his fist and calling our hero an arrogant upstart. To him, Choi is just a cocky kid getting high on his own supply, thinking a few unique skills make him a god among men. I did nothing wrong, the minister bellows. His lackey chimes in like a loyal dog, claiming this brat doesn't understand how the real world works. The verdict is unanimous in their echo chamber. The request is absurd, insulting, and must be crushed immediately. According to the minister, he followed every letter of the law. Why should a man of his stature bow his head to a nobody? In his twisted reality, his hands are clean. His subordinate nods vigorously, insisting the minister was actually too generous to such ungrateful trash. They see this as nothing more than a childish tantrum. It is high time they taught this rookie a painful lesson in hierarchy. The minister's eyes gleam with malice, but he hesitates. How? He asks. The public is watching. We can't just crush him openly without a plan. Silence falls over the room. The lackeys have no answers, earning a scathing scolding for their stupidity in speaking without thinking. Finally, the old viper makes his move. If he wants an apology so badly, he sneers, let him come here and beg for it. The two stooges scramble to deliver the summons. The minister leans back, satisfied. A man like him would never lower himself to visit a peasant. Cho-yun Song chuckles at the summons. He arrives at the building, but ironically, it is the high and mighty minister who keeps him waiting. While waiting, he activates his new ability. Information floods his mind. This isn't just an office. It is the nexus where corrupt officials and guild masters conspire against the weak. The staff seem like ordinary civilians, oblivious to the rot. For our hero, that makes things perfect. No innocent blood needs to be spilled today. The secretary steps out, her voice trembling slightly. The minister is ready to see him now. It is showtime. He strides into the office, his presence filling the room. The old man pauses, genuinely taken aback by how young the threat actually looks. You are the same age as my grandson, the minister scoffs, launching into a lecture about respecting elders. Cho-yun Song cuts him off cold. I'm here for the apology, not a sermon. As he speaks, invisible tendrils of psychometry seep into the room, extracting every dirty secret. The old man spreads his hands in mock helplessness. I just followed the rules. He lies smoothly. My hands were tied. But the psychometry reveals the truth instantly. This wasn't bureaucracy. It was a calculated conspiracy involving dozens of powerful figures targeting him specifically. By the book, you say? Choi steps closer, his eyes cold. Is destroying lives part of the official manual now, or is that just a hobby? He rattles off the offenses. First, the ridiculous fines for rented gear destroyed during a life or death mission. Then, the contract cancellation fee demanded from a hunter who had been officially declared dead in action. The audacity is staggering. Make it make sense, our hero demands, his voice dropping an octave. What kind of monster signs off on that kind of paperwork? The minister's face turns purple. He is a titan of industry. He will not be lectured by a child in cheap armor. You started this war, you idiot, Choi states, calm as a frozen lake. That does it. The minister explodes, screaming his official titles like a weapon. You know nothing, you filth, he roars. He spits insults, calling our hero a penniless, inferior rat who should learn his place in the food chain. The verbal abuse continues, the old man's pride shattering. Cho-yun Song sighs, his patience wearing thin. Should he just eliminate him right now? Suddenly, the killing intent in the room becomes heavy as lead. The minister freezes mid-shout. Terror grips his heart so tightly that a dark stain spreads across his trousers. Try using your brain before your mouth, Choi advises coldly. The office staff watch in deathly silence, too terrified to even breathe. That head of yours isn't just for decoration. He pulls out his phone. I hope you enjoyed your speech because I recorded every single word. Verbal assault, discrimination, corruption, it is all on tape. I will be filing charges, Choi says, turning his back. See you in court, minister. As he walks out the door, the only sound accompanying his exit is the minister's wretched scream of absolute despair. That went perfectly. His new skill, provocation, is far more useful than he thought. It forces the target to lose all rationality and expose their true nature. The recording hits the internet like a nuclear bomb. Within days, a massive corruption scandal engulfs the ministry. It starts with the regular hunters, but soon even the major guilds smell blood in the water and join the crusade against the corrupt officials. While the world burns, Cho-yun Song relaxes at home, inspecting his status window. His psychometry skill, the ability to read the memories of inanimate objects, is leveling up nicely. Just as he is imagining the infinite possibilities of this power, his phone buzzes. It is Miss Lee. Surprise flashes across his face, replaced quickly by a warm smile. She wants to meet up? Sounds like a plan, he answers, his tone noticeably lighter. Where should we go, she asks. Choi glances out his window, spotting a cozy restaurant sign flickering nearby. Give me 1 second, he says. I know just the place. He didn't hesitate to accept the recommendation, coolly noting that he was already en route to the location. The woman would arrive in 30 minutes, and she wasn't the type to mince words. Her question cut straight to the bone. She needed to know if the minister's scandalous downfall was his doing. Deep down, her intuition screamed the truth. He was the only monster capable of orchestrating such a perfect ruin. The commander warned that the government officials were on a hair trigger about this issue. Lee's gaze sharpened as she advised him to tread carefully. The crosshairs were already on him. Cho-yun Sung calmly asked for the worst-case scenario. His leader's answer was dry and legalistic. He could be facing arrest for trespassing and grand larceny. But the protagonist knew better. He pressed further, asking if the special player laws would twist the knife even deeper in court. The warning was clear. If the gavel falls, his only shield against execution would be the roar of public opinion. Cho-yun Sung smirked internally. It was sound advice, but irrelevant for an innocent man. Yet, Lee refused to let her guard down, pleading with him one last time to stay vigilant. She reminded him that the suits in the capital despised awakened beings with real power and influence. For now, silence was their strongest weapon. Shadows were gathering. New enemies would rise from the woodworks, and every eye would be fixed on Cho-yun Sung's every breath. Though the protagonist denied the accusations with a poker face, claiming total innocence, he decided to play the part of the dormant dragon for a while. Lee let out a rare chuckle, admitting it was a calculated move. Staying off the radar was the only way for both of them to survive the coming political storm. Suddenly, the scene shifted to absolute chaos. A missile tore through the sky, targeting the heart of Pyongyang, North Korea. The soldier prayed the target was destroyed, but a demonic voice mocked their efforts. A deafening roar shook the earth as toxic slime spewed from the monster's maw. It was a massacre. Flesh melted from bone in mere seconds. The corrosion didn't stop. It spread like a plague, dissolving everything in its path. Even as a lone fighter jet scrambled for safety, the city below was erased. Pyongyang had fallen into total ruin. Back in the safety of the cafe, reality intruded. She had to mobilize, but the summons wasn't just for her. Cho-yun Sung checked his device. A red code emergency, a mandatory summons for high rankers only. The situation was critical enough to demand direct contact with headquarters. Cho-yun Sung checked the net. The veil of secrecy had already been shredded. The world was watching in terror. North Korea had collapsed overnight. The calamity that destroyed a nation was crossing the border. This wasn't just a raid, it was an apocalypse. The official spokesperson's trembling voice confirmed everyone's worst fears. The situation was beyond catastrophic. Their northern neighbor was gone. Every top-tier hunter in the north had fallen to the beast known as the Amugi. Worse, the portals were tearing open to release a legion of monsters. A wave of desperate refugees flooded the borders. But death was snapping at their heels. The monster horde was closing in. The association chairman took command of the war room. It was time to reveal the true horror of their enemy. Why summon the elite? Because fodder dies in seconds. Their mission was absolute: hold the line against the Amugi and push back the endless tide of beasts advancing at its side. The briefing ended, but a dark feeling settled in the protagonist's gut. Something about this suicide mission didn't sit right. 10 days later, at the Paju defense line, a horde of orcs charged, only to break against the wall of high-level players guarding humanity's last stand. A blade flashed, slicing through monsters like hot knives through butter. The swordsman scoffed, bored out of his mind by these trash mobs. Even the protagonist stifled a yawn. A werewolf lunged for his throat, only to be bisected instantly. Too easy. The battlefield was a meat grinder, but for Cho-yun Sung, it was merely tedious. He looked at the endless waves, wondering when the real challenge would arrive. Thanks to his sister's diligence, his supplies were fully stocked. At least he wouldn't go hungry while waiting for the end of the world. Despite the comfort, the air was heavy with dread. Meanwhile, across the border in China, a massive swarm attempted to cross the river bridge, meeting a hail of military gunfire. A massive red dragon emerged from the depths. Conventional explosives bounced off its scales like pebbles. It took a squad of elite players just to slow its advance. Another blast merely enraged the beast. But suddenly, a lone figure blurred forward. One strike. The dragon fell, decapitated, in a blink. A soldier approached the powerhouse with grim news the Amugi was heading their way. But instead of fear, a predatory grin spread across the warrior's face. The unranked calamity that erased a capital city. A new system notification flashed before their eyes, revealing the true nature of the threat. Level? Unknown. But the rank caused the air to tremble. It was a legendary grade monstrosity. The entire Chinese military unleashed hell. But the real prize wasn't safety. It was the first kill achievement for slaying the Amugi. Everyone knew the rules of the system. The one who lands the killing blow would be granted a godly ascension in stats. He hungered for that power, but he wasn't alone. Over 3,000 high-level players, including 181 rankers, stood ready to steal his glory. The Amugi finally descended like a god of destruction. The swordsmen roared with excitement, leading the charge as thousands of awakened rushed to their deaths. A monk's chant buffed the army with golden light. Spells rained down like meteors, but the legendary beast had lost its patience. The skill Dragon Fear activated. The pressure crushed them instantly. For 10 agonizing seconds, not a single soul could lift a finger. The slaughter began. Jaws snapped shut on frozen warriors. A flick of its tail sent elite players flying like ragdolls. Terror had rooted them to their graves. The Amugi opened its maw, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of lightning. In a flash of blinding white, a massive battalion was simply erased. Cho-yun stared at the breaking news on his phone, his expression grim. A catastrophic disaster had erupted at the Chinese border, a slaughter that claimed thousands of high-level players in an... Originally, our protagonist had considered purchasing the Wild Instinct skill, but in light of this chaos, he changed his mind. He needed something specific, a skill with high metal resistance, because he was gunning for the legendary title of hunting that specific monster. In the end, he secured a heroic grade power with two distinct functions, an impregnable mental fortress and a massive boost to willpower. He dropped an astronomical 29 billion points to learn it from her instantly. At first, his body felt unchanged, so he was eager to test if this fortune was worth the price. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man screamed in rage, claiming he was being humiliated. The commotion drew the curious eyes of nearby players. As the man stormed off, the weight of their gazes hit him. He realized he had become a spectacle, judged by every player in the vicinity. He retreated with his head hung low in shame. Choi watched the scene, realizing the crowd wasn't just there to spectate. The reason for this gathering was simple. Every single one of them was hungry for the glory. They all wanted the first kill achievement for themselves. Though some had other motives, the acceptance rate for the raid team was brutally low. Finally, the secretary called out Choi Hyun-sung's name. She verified his identity with a sharp look before granting him clearance to enter the inner sanctum. Stepping inside, the protagonist felt like he had walked into a noir interrogation scene. A disembodied voice cut through the air, asking if he was ready for the trial. The moment he confirmed, the test began. Silence descended, heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, a blue system notification materialized. The warning flashed red. He had been hit by a high-level mental assault. He would be confused for 10 seconds, but then his new passive ability roared to life. The mental fog vanished instantly as his resistance kicked in. The test concluded abruptly, and the protagonist passed with flying colors. With the assessment complete, our hero walked out, radiating a calm confidence. Behind the glass, the examiner admitted that this rookie was truly a monster, immediately calling for the next candidate to try and match that performance. A few days later, near the demilitarized zone, the South Korean government made its move. A fighter jet reported a breach in the airspace above. A naval vessel launched a tactical missile, slamming into a Blue Dragon's shoulder and knocking the majestic beast out of the sky. So far, the operation was flawless. The synergy between the players and the military was holding strong, even as the region swarmed with monsters. Waves of beasts charged into the fray, but the high-ranking players slaughtered them with terrifying efficiency. However, a week later in Beijing, panic set in. Leaders argued over how to defeat the Amugi as a nearby mountain erupted in apocalyptic flames. One politician demanded they summon top-tier heroes from Berlin, but another argued it was a rash decision fueled by fear. What if another legendary calamity appeared? The politician couldn't comprehend why their own heroes had failed to slay the beast. He remained arrogant, convinced that simply gathering the best of the best would be enough to turn the tide. They believed victory was inevitable, but then the Amugi let out a ferocious roar that froze the blood of every player on the battlefield. The creature began its massacre. Survivors scrambled back, desperate for healing magic as the front lines collapsed. But the reprieve was short-lived. The serpent destroyed everything in its path. A brave tank stepped up, shielding his comrades from the onslaught. The remaining strikers launched a coordinated assault, but with a mere roar, the monster summoned a wind barrier that blew them away like leaves. It was a total defeat. Someone asked for a survivor count. Only 10 remained. The leader gritted his teeth and activated Plan B. Defensive shields were deployed and arrows notched, while those too injured to fight were given support to retreat. A rain of desperate attacks fell upon the monster as the leader gave the grim order lure the calamity toward Korea. Choi saw the news update the Amugi was heading toward central China. Our hero sighed, thinking his chance at the title had slipped away, a sentiment shared by the crowd. Disappointment hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, the entire cafeteria began to shudder violently. It felt like a massive earthquake. A woman screamed out the update the Amugi had changed course and was charging straight for them. Confusion swept through the players at this sudden twist, but for some, the fear was replaced by a thrill. The hunt was on. No one was more hyped than Cho-yun. He was dying for this achievement, but a girl nearby warned him this was no cause for celebration. The Chinese forces had lost again. The survivors weren't just retreating, they were dragging the apocalypse to Korea's doorstep. That was their desperate final plan. Hearing this, rage boiled over in one of the nearby players. He questioned if such an act should be considered a war crime. Tension spiked, but Winter stepped in, commanding everyone to stay calm. Survival was the only priority now. Choi couldn't help but smile, glad to see a familiar face amidst the chaos. In the distance, a Chinese player sprinted for his life, pushing his agility to the limit. The girl spotted them approaching, but he wasn't fast enough. In the final second, the monster snatched him up, swallowing the player whole. The creature was a titan, far larger than any report suggested. A crushing pressure descended as they faced the beast. The Amugi unleashed its fear aura, but the protagonist's new mental resistance negated the effect perfectly. The battle for survival had begun. The tanks roared and charged forward to meet the godlike entity. The warriors unleashed a symphony of destruction, their magical weapons clashing against the beast. Elemental spells rained down like a catastrophic storm upon its impenetrable scales. But the atmosphere shifted instantly. "Watch out!" a player screamed as a vortex of chaotic energy began to swirl around the monster. Pitch black lightning crackled, striking the Amugi with the force of heaven. Yet, Choi felt invincible. The buffs were stacking, coursing through his veins like liquid fire. The support unit worked frantically, their healing light the only thing keeping the party from total annihilation. A fresh squad launched a suicidal charge, but their steel was useless against such a calamity. Our protagonist held his ground in the backline, readying his ranged arsenal. Finally, the beast's defense cracked. Crimson blood began to seep from the monster's hide. Allies rushed to cover our hero as he prepared to siphon the spilled blood. But his gaze drifted elsewhere. Someone else was stealing the spotlight in the heat of battle. Lee moved like a phantom, a blur of motion too fast for the naked eye. With a flash of steel, she drew the first significant blood from the Amugi. A pang of envy struck Choi's heart. While she relied on raw talent, his only path to power lay in the system. He needed those new skills. 1 billion points. That was the price of his freedom. Once he reached that number, his hellish grind would finally end. 30 minutes of non-stop carnage passed. To Choi's surprise, the rhythm of battle felt almost too easy. Then, the dynamic changed. Corrosive saliva dripped from the maw of the beast. "Incoming breath! Attack!" the mage commander roared. A torrent of vile acid spewed forth. The vanguard barely rolled away, but the stream curved it was hunting the mages. Desperately, they wove a barrier of mana. Crack! The first layer shattered like glass, forcing them to channel their very life force to hold the line. Magical energy flared to its limit. The tanks abandoned their positions, rushing back in a frantic bid to save the squishy damage dealers. United in desperation, they unleashed a counter barrage. The impact forced the monster's jaw shut, detonating the acid inside in a magnificent explosion. Choi thought the raid was over, but the Amugi was far from defeated. Its patience had run out. Berserk mode activated. The beast's defense plummeted, but its attack power skyrocketed to world-ending levels. The tanks engaged again, but one was too slow. A dark status effect gripped him. Simultaneously, a chilling system window appeared before every player. A fatal error warning. The defensive skill failed to activate. A swordsman mid-swing sensed the killing intent too late. Dodge! It was futile. In a single motion, the monster flattened an entire squad into paste. Tragedy struck the backline. The mage unit was being systematically erased. The monster wasn't just attacking, it was hunting them with intelligence. The Amugi locked its predatory gaze on the survivors. Choi didn't hesitate. He turned and sprinted for his life. He scanned for a blind spot. Now, he triggered his spatial teleportation skill to vanish from the kill zone. System alert! Despair washed over him. A 10-second movement bind paralyzed his body. All skills canceled. A roar shook the very earth. The massive tail descended like a judgment from the heavens, aimed directly at Choi's skull. It was too close. The creature's speed defied physics. Another group of mages stood frozen in terror before being crushed into oblivion. Choi forced a dimensional rift open at the last second, but the Amugi was relentless, smashing through the spatial distortion. He dodged the fatal blow, but the shockwave shattered his shield. He was launched like a rag doll, slamming violently into the mountainside. Gasping for air, our hero opened his eyes. Miraculously, his HP was critical but stable. He had cheated death once again. Choi gritted his teeth. He hadn't calculated for a mental terror debuff stacking on top of the fear aura. The battlefield was a chaotic hellscape. Panic set in, his weapon was gone. But suddenly, a golden system notification flashed. Draconic Bloodsword has evolved. Choi stared at the screen, unable to believe his luck. He scanned the chaos. His daughter focused her gaze until she spotted it. The blade was embedded deep in the monster's tail, refusing to be summoned. Despite the losses, the raid was holding. The taste of victory was in the air. Another notification pinged. The sword wasn't just stuck, it was feasting on the legendary beast's blood, growing stronger by the second. Two brave souls leaped into the air. Boom! They landed a devastating critical hit right on the monster's snout. Black blood gushed like a geyser. More blades found their mark. The creature was losing vitality, but its ferocity only grew with every wound. The acid breath returned, but the players were adapting. They weaved through the corrosion and launched an immediate counteroffensive. Lee saw her opening. With a savage cry, she severed one of the Amugi's majestic horns. Even the battered mages rejoined the fray, lighting up the sky with explosions. The Amugi coiled, preparing its final stand. Lee reacted instantly. She channeled all her mana into her legs and delivered a supersonic kick to the beast's jaw. For the first time, the Titan crumbled. The raid group swarmed like ants, plunging their steel into its flesh. "We did it!" someone cried out. Then, the beautiful sound of a quest completion. Title acquired, Slayer of the legendary beast. Cheers erupted across the blood-soaked battlefield. The Amugi's massive form began to dissolve, returning to the flow of pure mana. But suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A violent vortex of mana swirls toward a single point. It converges directly into our hero's blade. The steel twists and evolves, taking on a majestic new form. He grips the weapon, feeling its newborn power. A system notification shatters the silence. He has secured a world-first achievement, the first human in history to wield a legendary rank weapon. Cho-yun checks the status window immediately. A terrifying new skill has been unlocked, the ability to unleash the destructive force of draconic blood. For a legendary item, the stats are absolutely god tier. He realizes that unique rank achievements exist in a league of their own. This implies other monsters might possess unique items too. Still, a grin spreads across his face. This harvest was more than satisfactory. Another golden window pops up. It is the raid contribution reward calculated specifically for each hunter. Ranking first among all participants, Cho-yun is granted a massive boost. All attributes increase by 10 points instantly. He owes this victory to his evolved blade. But now, the tricky part begins dealing with the monetary rewards. Payouts are based on damage contribution. However, exposing his full power now would be dangerous. He must keep his true level hidden from the world. He decides to stay in the shadows. The stat boost is reward enough. Meanwhile, news of the Amugi's defeat explodes across the globe. The eyes of every nation turn toward Korea. Who killed the beast? What legendary loot dropped? Theories run wild on the internet, but the government moves fast, clamping down on information with an iron fist. Despite the blackout, black market offers flood in. High-rank hunters from around the world begin flocking to Korea. The thirst for power drives them mad. Everyone wants to become the strongest, no matter the cost. A few days later, back in the silence of his warehouse, Cho-yun analyzes the situation. Getting his hands on the raid loot will be nearly impossible. As a raid participant, he received a hefty payout. More importantly, he holds a golden ticket, an invitation to the exclusive VIP auction. But the bidding war will likely soar into the billions for a single item. It is too rich for his blood, so he decides to sit this one out. He has enough power for now. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. It is Lee Lua. Surprised, he answers immediately. "Is there an emergency?" She chuckles. "Do I need a disaster just to call my partner?" He scratches his head, feeling a bit awkward. "Well, you usually only call when the world is ending." Lee Lua laughs, conceding the point. But her tone shifts. She has a proposition. "Are you interested in the legendary rank artifact?" It is a stupid question. Every hunter on Earth would kill for it. Of course. Then she drops a bombshell. She offers to secure the item for him at the Amugi auction. What's the catch, he asks? Nothing is free in this world. Her desire is obvious. The infamous slave contract. She explains that the government is mobilizing unlimited funds. No individual player can outbid the state treasury. But something doesn't add up. I thought only raid participants were allowed to bid, he counters. Exactly, she purrs. That is precisely why she called him. Only the two of them have the credentials to enter the auction house. Cho-yun asks the obvious question, why not just buy them all for yourself? She admits she considered it. However, one specific skill book is useless to her, but perfect for him. He isn't easily swayed. I need to see the goods before I agree to anything. The catalog opens only 24 hours before the auction, she warns. It is a dangerously tight window. The government is paranoid. If the item details leak early, villains might launch a heist to steal them. They're probably planning it already, he scoffs. He stands firm, no deal until he sees the stats. Trust me, she says. Days later, the catalog is finally in his hands. His eyes widen at the description. Star Dragon Pierce, a skill with 0 cooldown that allows absolute control over Black Lightning. The gears turn in his mind. Can his heroic rank absorption skill handle a legendary grade technique? Are you sure you're passing on this? He asks. Lee Lua explains her constraint. My build relies entirely on divine type mana. This skill clashes with my core. If you don't take it, she warns, some random mage will snatch it up. The government has already handpicked a successor for the book. The clock is ticking. Cho-yun must make his choice immediately. Fine, he says, eyes narrowing. But I have a condition. He demands a buyout clause to nullify the lifetime contract later. Lee Lua hesitates. That's asking a lot. Take it or leave it, he counters, ready to walk away. She sighs, agreed. But I'm adding interest. He braces himself for an astronomical figure. 5%, she states calmly. It sounds low, but compound interest is a silent killer. Still, it is the best deal he will get. Deal, Cho-yun says, sealing his fate. Pleasure doing business, she smiles. She moves to notify HQ, while our hero offers a silent word of thanks. She tried to play it cool, acting like it was nothing special. But the auctioneer demanded more. The countdown began, echoing through the room. The hall was small, shrinking with tension as he counted to 5. Everyone held their breath for a challenger. And then, the hammer fell. The Dark Dragon's spear found its new master. The winning bid was a staggering 10,000. It was a war of wealth far fiercer than anticipated. The protagonist couldn't fathom a single player possessing such a fortune. But in this world, shadowy corporations back the strongest hunters. The skill book and the weapon combined? The total sum reached a mind-numbing 200,000. Now, the moment of truth arrived. Staff brought the final item to the stage, the legendary tome Dark Dragon's Fury. Later, our hero sat alone, staring at the contract in his hands. A cold seed of regret began to take root. The debt he owed had swelled to a colossal 1 billion. With compound interest, he was looking at a life sentence, shackled to the association until his dying breath. But another problem loomed over Lee. The first Conqueror achievement message never appeared. Something was terribly wrong. During the expedition, the historic title she craved was denied. The system declared she was only second in contribution. Even worse, the identity of the first-place ranker remained a mystery. It was nothing like when she hunted the first heroic monster. Back then, history recorded the victor clearly. Lee had basked in the glory of that achievement. She assumed missing accessories caused the glitch, but this was different. Fate was playing a cruel game. Unless a monster of legend had already fallen by another's hand. Lee couldn't wrap her head around the anomaly. She had manipulated the auction order just to secure this moment. All that scheming for nothing. She felt like an utter fool. Guilt gnawed at her for deceiving her friend. Cho-yun appeared like a ghost, offering his congratulations. As he turned to leave, she saw the question in his eyes. "Did you learn the skill?" he asked. "Success," Cho-yun replied, his aura calm. He wished her a safe journey, but he sensed the shift in the air. Suddenly, the apology spilled from her lips. She revealed the government's scheme to monopolize the glory through her. That was why she changed the auction order. That was why his book was pushed to the very end. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. Cho-yun found the explanation logical. She was the one who craved the title, and the government was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yet, Choi simply shrugged. It's fine. He understood the game they were playing. Lee felt the heat of shame rise to her cheeks. The protagonist turned to walk his own path. In the end, he expected nothing from her. That realization made her vow even stronger. She would never use him like a pawn again. Cho-yun knew the truth. His friend was too honest for this cutthroat world. Lee could have stayed silent, but his victory made her guilt unbearable. Meanwhile, the protagonist opened his inventory. The golden book shimmered with potential. He didn't just want to learn it. He was ready to force his skills to evolve. The power didn't just absorb, it fused, creating something new. A notification flashed first to master a legendary skill. Cho-yun smiled. Joining this expedition was the best decision of his life. 450 points in a god-tier skill? He was eager to test this new power. A chaotic mass of black energy swallowed the battlefield. The monsters were erased from existence instantly. The survivors charged in a desperate frenzy. He simply raised a hand. Destruction followed. Nothing remained. It was faster than he dared to imagine. The beasts tried to flee, but death was absolute. A total wipeout. Cho-yun needed a new hunting ground. A bat-type dungeon seemed ideal for his next step. He scanned the map for a decent spot nearby. Suddenly, a message from the guild leader pinged. "Come back," she urged. Something had happened. He answered the call, fresh from the abyss. Lily got straight to the point. "Do you have any plans for the northern sector?" The region was barren of hunters for the low-tier zones. She needed a cleaner. "Can you help us?" The pay? Double the standard emergency rate. But she knew why the job was untouched. High-level players didn't waste time on small fry. They wouldn't level up hunting trash mobs. Cho-yun Sung didn't hesitate. I'll do it. Relief washed over her. A chopper was already en route. He realized the situation was critical. New dungeons were spawning like a plague in that area. Not yet a catastrophe, but the tipping point was near. Cho-yun Sung vowed to hold the line. 2 weeks later, in the desolate lands of North Korea, a system alert chimed for the protagonist. He had reached the 300,000 mark. 300,000 kills! And the mercenary system was finally unlocked. Choi had no idea what the message meant. But the enemy waits for no one. Sensing an attack, he unleashed the black lightning. When the smoke cleared, only dust remained. On the surface, his status seemed unchanged. However, with a thought, Choi-hyun Sung summoned a new interface, the Mercenary Hall. The hierarchy began at the heroic tier and descended from there. These were the warriors currently answering the call. Curious, he selected a profile to inspect, a tanker class stacked with god-tier skills. But the price tag was heart-stopping. 600,000 points? And that extortionate fee was for a mere 2 hours of service. He shifted his gaze to the rare rank, hoping for a bargain, but even those prices were steep. Then he spotted an anomaly, a female tanker, priced suspiciously low for her tier. However, the system's description was brutal. It branded her a coward. Our hero hesitated, puzzled by the derogatory tag. Was it because she abandoned contracts mid-mission? Driven by sheer curiosity, he decided to summon her anyway. The contract was sealed. Mercenary Lucia, hired for 180 minutes. As she materialized, her first instinct was to bow in profound gratitude. Immediately, she scanned the perimeter. Where is the hostile force? Choi-hyun Sung waved his hand dismissively. There are no enemies right now. Confusion clouded her gaze. Why summon a mercenary if not for battle? He answered simply, I just have some questions for you. Ah, she realized. Is this your first time using the summoning system? Our protagonist nodded, admitting he had only just unlocked the feature. Lucia vowed to answer to the best of her ability. She unburdened herself, setting her heavy gear upon the ground. Choi-hyun Sung got straight to the point. What exactly are you mercenaries? We are players, she revealed, just like you. Sensing his confusion, she tried to explain the mechanics more clearly. We are all awakened ones who possess this specific unique skill. It grants us the power to buy and sell our services across dimensions. He pressed on. Did gates appear in your world too? Do you know the cause? Lucia nodded solemnly about the gates, but shook her head at the reason. The truth eludes me. If you seek the truths of the universe, you must hire a legendary rank entity or higher. A mere heroic tier mercenary wouldn't possess such forbidden knowledge. Choi-hyun Sung shared his own world's history. Here, the gates first tore open the sky 20 years ago. We survived the second cataclysm, and things have stabilized. But tell me, when will the next apocalypse strike? Lucia hesitated. From my experience, 2 is usually the limit. Perhaps you are safe for another 20 years, though I cannot promise that destiny won't change. He demanded the reasoning behind her words. Her expression darkened. Because 40 years after our first cataclysm, my world was erased by the monsters. A bitter smile touched her lips. I know what my profile says. It brands me a coward who flees from the battlefield, does it not? Our hero asked for the story behind the title. I am a coward, she confessed softly, because I abandoned my own world. She spoke of a time when her people lived in harmony. Until that cursed day, a massive gate ripped open in the heart of the capital, vomiting forth a legion of orcs. Civilians grabbed what they could and ran for their lives. But amidst the chaos, Lucia witnessed something legendary, a white horse charging fearlessly into the horde. It clashed against a colossal demon, a beast of nightmare. But the enemy's strength was overwhelming. In that moment of absolute despair, something snapped within her. That was the day she was reborn as a level 1 player. She poured everything she had into maximizing her stats and evolving her skills blindly. A rookie mistake she would come to bitterly regret. Years passed. She ground her way up, hunting beasts and selling magic stones for points. For 16 long years she fought, clinging to a sliver of hope. But destiny is cruel. The second cataclysm descended. Legendary-grade monsters poured forth like a tide, and she was powerless to stop them. She stood alone, a solitary shield against a force of nature far beyond her limits. A suppression field expanded, locking down all spatial movement skills. Trapped and facing death, she was forced to use her final trump card. As the monster closed in to deliver the killing blow, her fingers closed around a dimensional teleportation artifact. For a paladin, using it meant a high risk of being cast adrift in the multiverse. But with no other choice, she triggered the device. The jump failed to find a stable world. Lucia was cast into the void, the empty abyss between dimensions, where nothing exists. Her only lifeline in that darkness was the system. It allowed her to register as a mercenary. Lucia pointed out that his own system interface contained this information. Cho-yun verified the data immediately. While the protagonist held a valuable rare rank, Lucia's story was one of rejection. She had registered and waited in the void, but the calls never came. Desperate, she once offered a drastic discount to another player. All she asked was sanctuary in his world, but he cold-heartedly refused. The cost was the barrier. Even at minimum wage, it was 1,000 points an hour, 24,000 a day, over 700,000 a month. But then she revealed a player had once proposed a different arrangement. This player demanded she transfer 24 million points daily. Cho-yun was thunderstruck by the absurdity of the demand. It is possible, she confirmed, as long as both parties share the trading skill. With a hopeful glint in her eyes, Lucia extended her hand for a shake. Cho-yun took her hand, still bewildered by the situation. That was when the interface flashed, revealing her accumulated point balance. The protagonist's eyes lit up. This was intriguing. He asked if they could exploit the system to generate infinite points by trading back and forth. But Lucia crushed that hope instantly. It is impossible. Every transaction incurs a penalty, draining resources from both sides equally. Our hero assumed she must have accepted that extortionist's offer to survive. No, she said firmly. I refused him. Lucia explained the cruel reality. The system takes a 20% tax on every single transaction. Cho-yun clicked his tongue, remembering that harsh rule. She recounted how her nightmare spiraled into darkness. That same tyrant forced her back into the fray. The protagonist realized the bitter truth. She had surrendered to the devil's deal once more. Day and night, she slaughtered beasts to pay the 24 million debt. Yet, despite her desperate struggle, the interest buried her 4 million deeper into the abyss. She was a slave to a system with no escape. By some miracle, she snatched moments of sleep amidst the carnage, scraping together 5 million points a day just to survive. But the Overlord's greed knew no bounds, forcing her to shatter the contract. Since then, she had been cast aside, an outcast of the system. With her spirit breaking, she confessed she wouldn't last another 3 months. Her plea was simple: 24 million a day to keep the Reaper at bay. Lucia pledged her blade to any hell he commanded. All she craved in return was the sanctuary of his world. Choi Kang-son needed a moment to weigh destiny's scales. She nodded, though the sands of her hourglass were running out. As Lucia faded into the void, leaving him alone in the cavern, he realized he held a winning lottery ticket in his hands. Hesitation vanished. With a thought, he commanded the system, summoning the mercenary back from the abyss. The warrior sensed his resolve, but before the pact was sealed, she had a condition of her own. She knew he questioned her worth. To silence his doubts, she prepared to unveil the truth of her power. Lucia offered to reveal her level and attributes. The protagonist leaned in, eager to witness the true strength of a veteran. The status window materialized, radiating power. The numbers were staggering. Her total stats shattered the 300,000 mark, making her a Titan equivalent to level 700. For now, her might eclipsed his own, but he knew his potential was limitless. Still, her arsenal was surely filled with legendary and heroic grade skills. It spoke volumes about the horrors of other dimensions if beings this powerful were merely hired blades. Lucia awaited his verdict. Kang-son made his move, proposing a provisional alliance. He would call upon her solely for the dungeons. The moment the slaughter ended, their bond would dissolve until the next battle. Wherever the hunt led, she would be his shadow. Lucia accepted the terms without hesitation. It was a lifeline she could not refuse. She faded away once more. Later, in the depths of a new dungeon, Lucia unleashed an active skill, drawing the monster's wrath upon herself. She cast a defensive ward just as a catastrophic explosion of dark energy erupted around them. The protagonist smiled. This was efficiency incarnate. Lucia carved through the beasts as if they were made of paper. Her combat style was a dance of death unlike anything he had seen. As she drew aggro again, he realized their synergy was flawless. While she held the line, he became the Reaper, slicing a massive beast cleanly in two with a single strike. Silence fell over the battlefield. Kang Son declared the mission a complete success. Lucia marveled at this hunting ground. In other realms, competition was fierce, with endless players fighting over scraps. Worse still, greedy nobles claimed the land, bleeding adventurers dry with exorbitant taxes just to enter. A question burned in her mind. She gazed at him with new respect, wondering if he was a secret monarch of this world. Kang Son shrugged it off as mere cleanup duty. Lucia beamed, relieved to finally be of use to a worthy master. Promising to summon her soon, he watched as she dissolved into light before his eyes. 1 week later, Lucia's growth was exploding. Previously, she struggled to scrape together 10,000 points per day. Now, she was raking in 300,000 a week. The protagonist watched her progress with a satisfied grin. While she celebrated her earnings, a pang of guilt struck him. He was making hundreds of millions daily just by exploiting electronic loopholes. The mercenary approached, her expression serious. There was something she needed to ask. She had observed his close-quarters combat. She asked if he intended to continue fusing magic with physical strikes. He confirmed it was his path. However, Lucia pointed out a fatal flaw. He had never truly mastered the way of the sword. He admitted defeat on that front. His knowledge was rudimentary at best. Her advice was sharp and cold. He needed to hire a true sword master and discipline himself in the martial arts. When asked why, her warning was dire. His movements were too stiff. Against a heroic rank humanoid monster, that clumsiness would mean instant death. The truth of her words hit him hard.